And love turned around when I saw my reflection in a snow-covered field with a landslide dropped down. Oh, the landslide dropped. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, so I think I've got that going. And let's see. All right, we're live. Everything's going. Hey, Strings, how's it going? So I'm going to be getting just a few things set up real quick. I still need to go get my gas turned on. And then we're going to be doing a couple other things. I'm going to go ahead and get my iced coffee made and get my Wawa. And I got to get my tablet set up. So it's just going to be a few things before we get started. I've lost my tablet. There's my tablet. Ooh, right next to my water. Excellent. There we go. That's plugged in. And this way I should be able to see y'all's comments. How's everybody doing this morning? I guess it's afternoon now, isn't it? There we go. Hey, Becca's Creative Chaos. Hey, Itzy. Can y'all hear me okay? I do hope I have the microphone on. It looks like I do. Oh, cool. I'm glad y'all can hear me just fine. Alrighty. Okay. Onto the porch for turning the gas on. Oh, it is a beautiful day today, y'all. Like, oh my gosh. I spent most of the morning out in the garden, which was nice. Just getting stuff watered and hanging out with the critters and laying in the sun. Now, we're working on fumes today. We only have about 500 PSI, just a hair under in our oxygen tank. So we'll need to go probably later this week and get some more oxygen. But it should be enough to get us through what we're doing today. So gas is going, vents are going, kiln is on. And we are... We are making a fresh cup of water and some iced coffee. So today I'm working on production and I'm going to be trying something a little different. So I guess we're just going to get into it and see how that goes. Give him my ice cube tray. There we are. I don't know if you're catching all these ASMR kitchen sounds. And my cup's dirty, so I gotta wash it. Wash the dishes. Wash, wash, wash the dishes. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Put the ice in the cup and you mix it all up. This is probably where I would have the stream is starting soon overlay. I guess I should go ahead and draw one of those up so that it makes a little bit more sense and y'all aren't just looking at my living room. Well, that's the craft room though, but uh-oh, there it is. So I don't have a goal for how much we're going to get produced today. I'm not able to see comments, so give me a sec to catch up with y'all whenever I get back in there. How long is coffee that's been sitting out on the counter like good for? Like, it didn't have anything swimming or blinking in it. I feel terrible putting just an ice cube tray with 2 ice cubes back in the freezer, but I got a boogie. I'm going to put water in the one that's for water. Excellent. Task accomplished. And now we get to make a concoction. All right. Sugar-free classic caramel syrup. Check. Stevia squirt squirt. Check. Do a glubba lubba. A little more blood. And then a little psh, psh, and lots of ASMR kitchen notes for your viewing pleasure. And then, did Past Yvonne remember to buy milk? She did. Oh, we did so good, Past Yvonne. I know. It's okay. Good job. And then, oh, that's a perfectly reasonable amount of milk for something it's way too much milk. It's called iced coffee. And it is. I mean, iced coffee is just like coffee flavored milk, though, right? And then some leftover coffee from this morning. Perfect. Oh, the shake is my favorite part. Ooh, bring, bring, bring. Bring, bring. Hey guys, hey OMG, hey Catnip Toys, hey Joette, ta-da, hey Back to Earth, how do we do? We're doing very well today. We have our iced coffee and some water and everything's going. The kiln's almost up to temperature. Hey Itzy, making a cup of tea. Well, let's go ahead and get to it. It's good to see you with an apron. Yeah, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I didn't feel like wearing a bra today, and so I was like, I've got to do something to maintain some semblance of modesty. So I put an apron on, so it'll be fine. Whatever gets me to practice safety, I suppose. Lighting a candle for luck. Because quite frankly, I'd shake a chicken if it was gonna help the day go smoother. So these are how some of the beads that we had done last week came out. I'm really pleased with that. That was a scuzzy one. That's okay. These things happen. Ooh, it's blurry. So I'm going to put them over here to get washed. And then we have some, I want to show y'all. Oh, these bad boys that still need cleaned. I'm just checking against the light to make sure that those aren't cracks. So there's this little mushroom that we had repaired. Come on, autofocus. We can do it. All night long, all night. So there's that little guy. Super cutie patootie. And then there's this one, which these still need cleaned up. So I really dig this one. You're just gonna be blurry all day, aren't you? Yeah, that's okay. Really like that one. This one was a lot of fun. This is how that Lausha butternut came out. And then we did a repair on this guy, I think. And again, I'm going to be cleaning them to get the bead release out of there. Check out this one with the dots. It's probably one of my favorites. And then this one is a cutie as well. Which I'm really digging that shape. That came out really crisp. And then this one. So again, pretty pleased with all of those. Let's see, I'm looking for my phone. Where did I put my cell phone? It's not under this pile of stuff, and that's unlikely. Normally that would have been the pile that I'd have hidden it under. Did I lose it in the kitchen? Phone, where are you? Phone. Phone. Is it back here on the washing machine? Did I put it in the laundry? Did I leave it upstairs? Oof, grumble. Harumph. Is it in the places I already just looked? No. Is it? Oh, it's right there. Okay, I see it. My house is one of those search for it games. All right. Oh, before I sit down, I'm going to grab a couple of rods of glass because we have some. I'm going to be making some mushrooms today. What is this? Ooh, vampire. That's a really nice dark red. That's a Creation is Messy red too. And then I think I'm going to do this one. What's that one? Red purple special? Sure. Let's do that one as well. And then I guess let's practice with a bunch of rods of white first, because that is what I have the most of. All right. So I'm going to be trying to just nail it on some like simpler mushroom styles initially, just red and white. I think that's pretty recognizable, like kind of mushroom colors. I spy with my little eye. Hey, Yvette, how's it going? Ooh, ah! Awesome Catnip says, what are we working on? We are making little mushrooms today. I'm going to be experimenting with this mushroom masher that I had purchased and have been too chicken to use, but I gotta start sometime. Oh, Joette says I had a marble roll off my table and land between my legs. Ah, it melted through the chair to the metal. Good thing I had my legs a little bit apart. Oh my God, yeah. It scared me most of all, but now I have a barrier at the edge of my workspace, so it won't happen again. That's a good idea, Joette. Ooh, I'm glad you were all right. That's a bad time waiting to happen. Okay, let me make sure that our little speaker's on. Is the sound audio good for y'all today? Let's see. Ooh. Excellent. All right. So how are y'all doing today? We made some of our very first memorial beads with ashes in them this past weekend, like this previous Sunday, and it was a really amazing experience. So I'm still riding pretty pleased on that. And we are. So what I was going to try to do because I'm thinking we have this masher, and I had watched the tutorial from Lampwork store on Instagram, and they heated up a glob and then they put it in and they mashed it for 2 to 3 seconds, I think it said, and then they opened it and removed it. But then they had like enamel that they sifted onto the cap of the mushroom and heated in. I do not have enamel, so I'm trying to figure out a way, how could I do this with. I'm going to start by just doing it single color. I think that's just going to be what we do. All right, that'll be what it is. I'm glad we thought about it first, and now we're figuring it out. Have you recovered from so much chicken daddies? I don't know if I'll ever recover from all the chicken daddies. Of that, like, some of it's borderline traumatizing. Like, I mean, it'll be all right. There we go. And I'm going to drain it and do it again. So anytime that I'm nervous, I make myself do it again until I'm not nervous anymore. What a beautiful flame. Ooh, also, before I get started into this, what I was going to do, or try to do, is I have some of these pieces that are left over from, if y'all remember, those head pins that we had made, and whenever I wrapped them and snipped off the excess wire, we still had all of this marine grade stainless steel wire to use, and I thought that it might be kind of nice to try making a pin. So there were going to be 2 methods of pins that I was going to make, and I'm using my memory cutter, my memory wire shears, and mandrel pliers for this. And I'm going to need probably my bent nose as well. All right. So to start with, I'm going to come in about 1/4 inch, and I'm just going to bend around to make like a little kind of pin that'll go into the top of our mushroom. And I'm wondering if there's a way. I don't think any of my pin vices were large enough to be able to accommodate. No, they were not. Okay. But my hope is that I'll be able to take this and stab it into the top of the mushroom. If that does not work, then what I'm going to try is... Joe, it says you said that's a mushroom musher. I didn't know they made anything like that. Yeah, it's from the Lampwork store, though I think I actually purchased mine from Mountain Glass Arts or Mountain Arts Glass. I can't remember which one it is. But it's pliers that are modded out to have these mashers, these brass mashers on the end. And it's kind of like a bead press, like a brass bead press. But instead of having the alignment pegs and smushing it down, you just get the stuff in there and then squish it. Now this one has a spot round, cut out for your mandrel, though even a 1/16 inch mandrel is, once it's got the bead release on there, it's too thick. It won't go in without disturbing the bead release. So I'm not entirely certain how to go about that. But this one doesn't have a little spot at all. There is something poking me. It is the tag of my shirt. Guess I'll have to set it on fire. Well, so I'm excited to see how it goes as well, truthfully. But first, we're gonna make a wrapped loop. So I'm going to come in about an inch and do a bend. Because I can do this after the fact, but I really prefer to go ahead and have it be done, because any kind of internal tension on the glass kind of cracks it. And I'm using the smallest head, or the smallest barrel of my mandrel pliers, or bail making pliers, whatever they're called. They're these things. I think of them as a stepped mandrel plier because I've also seen them where they're tapered, and I do prefer the stepped one for this. So that way we don't have to snip off any weird little end. Hey Al, hey Joe, how are y'all doing? Joe, it says, okay, here's the hillbilly in me. If I can't fix it with duct tape or baling twine, can you make that hole bigger for your mandrel? Maybe. They were like $50 pliers, so I hesitate to screw them up. But I wonder if I could just kind of drill it out, maybe. But I think you're right. I don't think duct tape or baling twine is going to cut it on this one. And that's okay. And so I'm doing a very short pin on this one. So we're going to try that. And I guess I'm just going to do it again. Ooh, though this one I may try this style where I make it kind of like a split ring. So we do 1 and then 2 all the way down, and then we're going to take it right there, and then we're going to bend it. So that has that little bit of a pin as well. And we're going to see which one of these we prefer. And then we're just going to trim that down. There we go. I'm going to set all these off to the side. So now we have enough to get us started for 3 styles of mushrooms before I may start making just some bail beads and attaching those, because my friggin' plier jacks, like not plier jacks, bail jacks, whatever they're called, I can't get them to be aligned. Maybe now that they're not hot and I don't have a flame going. Okay, so I'm just tweaking it, trying to get them all right. They're aligned now. That's a start. I'll set them off to the side. We may end up using them today. We'll see. I hesitate to have like too many tools on my workbench as well. Ooh, Joe says, not bad, just chilling today. Heading out for my partner's B-Day dinner in a few hours. All right, on. Well, happy birthday to him. That's what I was thinking. Drill it a little bigger if it won't disturb anything on the inside of the press. Yeah, I'd want to practice a little first before just going straight at it. But that's a good idea. Al says, what are you trying to make? Oh, just messes. I'm hoping to make, I'm aiming for mushroom pendants using our mushroom masher. It's a beautiful day, you guys. Hey, Sarah. This is Vaughn streaming and coffee. Good morning. Well, good morning to you too, Sarah. I hope you've got a good day ahead of you. Okay, good and comfy. All right, okay. Fear of the pain is worse than the pain itself. Let's get to it. Because the fear of failure is often what keeps us from starting in the first place. I think. I know it can be what stops me in my tracks. So I'm going to clear off all the dust off of this red purple special, which is a really nice kind of like thinner rod. Woo, woo, woo. Level 3 out. Space and time is what stops me. That's fair. We each have our own obstacles. The obstacle is the way. And a little bit more propane and propane accessories. Ooh. So I'm just going to try it because I have no idea how much glass this takes anything. I have never used this press before in my whole little life. So I'm just going to heat it up into a nice little ball. And again, the only tutorial that I've watched for this was the Lampwork store on Instagram. Oh, and we're going to put that in there. Okay, I'm going to need a much bigger glob, I think. Now, this is a gadget that I had purchased a while ago, like I think before the new year. And I'm just now getting around to using it. So yeah, just getting an idea of how much material. Looks like it's going to be a lot. Remembering to breathe. Because holding my breath is not helpful. Don't forget, you guys. Hold your breath. Your body produces all the oxygen it needs, and lift with your back. New tools are always very fun to play with. But if these first couple don't go well, then I'm just going to go right into doing the mushrooms like how we had practiced the previous 2 weeks, because I just want to get some made for selling in our booth. Hopefully at Anime St. Louis, this will go really well. And the thing is, how do I do this? Okay. Heating up a big old glob. So maybe if I heat it and set it in and then press it. Ha. All right. So it's not quite enough material, but I'm definitely going to put it in to the cap side and then press in. The incense is making my eyes burn. Oh. Probably because I'm right here by the vent. So it's pulling all the smoke directly past me. That's okay. So I don't want too much glass, you know? So this is going to be hanging off the ends looking weird. You have to hold your tongue the right way too, right? Have my toes just so. So we're going to put that in there, and then we're going to press it, and then a perfect little, holy shit, a perfect little mushroom cap. Okay, I'll take it. So from here, it wants us in the tutorial to punty up. So I'm going to keep it warm. You know, I'm going to try. It seems like it's not going to work, like in my brain. I don't know why I don't believe it's going to work. But just having this little bit, trying to get that on there. There we go. So a very small bit of clear, like a 2 millimeter. And now I'm just heating to remove. Okay. Oh, come on. Ah! Oh no. Well, I could really, well, you know, and the good news is, I say I could really use practice on this, and guess what we're doing? We're practicing. Would that work for an acorn cap also? Oh, you know, it freaking might. So let me pick up that little bit of red that we dropped, waste not, want not. Keeping it warm. This is officially the most delicate work I think I've ever done. Just getting that. Okay. Now I want my rod nice and cool because I'm going to heat these and then I'm going to touch. And I want my rod to be nice and stiff so I can just pull it off. Being a little tidier next time would just be a good, you know, thing to do. But I'm not going to sweat it because it's my first freaking time. And every pendant needs a backside too, so. What do you mean you aren't perfect immediately? Okay. I'm going to heat that up. And then I touch, and we're going to pull. There we are. Heating it up, touch, and pull. Okay. And now from here, I'm going to use this little spatula. Let's go ahead and melt in those little bits. Because no, nothing in nature is perfectly just so, except for when it is. All right. So keeping that warm, we're coming in with a little stem. And I want to have a nice fair bit of, there we are. And we're going to smush it. Oh yeah. So it's all nice and together. And then keeping it relatively centered, we're going to come out and I am going to go ahead and start cutting our glass. Hey Anika! More play with fire and glass. That's what he said. Ooh, it's getting soft. There we go. And just heating that up so it can be nice and weird. Oh, he's a good little mushroomy. Mushroom, mushroom. Okay. And now I'm gonna, do we do that now? I don't know. So I'm thinking that I should have done, whoop, felt something crack. I don't know if that was my punty or what. But I think on the next one, what we're going to do, there it goes, felt another crack. I think what we're going to do next time is we're going to leave this attached to our, I say do next time, but let's see what we can accomplish. I'm going to see if we can't refuse these together. There we go. Oh, so make something crack again. So next time we just leave this connected from the get-go. Okay, so there's that. I'm just gonna set that down. So I'm just heating up those little dots. Oop, I hope everything's all right upstairs. And then with my tweezers, I'm gonna drop that. Okay, I found it. There we go. Oh my lord. Malanta. There we go. So we got the whole cap of this is nice and glowing, and I'm just going to take this and I'm going to press that in. And then we're going to see if we can try to group that glass up and around it again. There we are. And now from here, if I can hold on to that, and then we can heat this. Oh, feeling it crack. Not sure where it's cracking. Definitely, yeah. Okay, that's where the crack was. That's good news. It means it wasn't further up. And then we get that heated around, and we're just going to let it hang. It is. This is a marine grade stainless steel loop. And there's that. And I'm going to pop that into the kiln. It burns my knuckles. Okay. Okay, so let's switch that off to preserve gas, and let's think for a minute. What can I do differently? And I'm thinking. So I think I'm going to still do the clear on the cap. So I'm going to make the cap, melting the glass, doing the thing, punty it. Should I punty it with the same? Yeah, I've got to do it with the clear because the same color is what's in my hand. Clear, stem, detach, dots, melt, pin, melt off the stem. Done. Okay. Hey, Nightshade, how's it going? Alice is just hanging out for a bit before heading to Toronto for the night. Eee! Oh, hey, Christina, how are you doing? says poorly sewing a pocket back on pants by hand. Oh, right on. Boop. Oh my goodness. What is happening? Randy, if you're listening, I might be able to use some help. Oh my Lord. Jesus Christ. Well. Oh wow, strings. Oh, that I made? You have 7 of those pendant display boards that you made. Get him, Trevor. Ah, okay. Marine vinyl. I seem to be today, Al. Thank you for noticing. We had one in my friend's chat last night. He ended up reporting them. They were saying vile things. Yeah. It's just like, oh my goodness. Oh, they still followed the channel. I do too many outdoor shows to expect leather to stand up to it. Well, do you have any experience with leather displays? There we go. Because oil tanned leather holds up phenomenally to the leather and it will never crack the way that vinyl can. The cracking and peeling. Here's the next one. That's an orange. Everything looks a little different with the purple lenses on. They must, Yvette. All right. So let's see. Let's do it again. 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 But yeah, I bet the vinyl will hold up well. So you said marine vinyl? Yeah, that should be great. That's not gonna be like the vinyl couches that like crack after a few years. And also, nobody should be sitting on your displays. How dare you not game? We're LARPing a craft simulator. That's all we're doing. All right. I couldn't use the leather working. Could you? Gotcha. Okay, so holding the brass masher again. Now this used a lot of glass compared to what I thought. So we're gonna keep at it because I'm trying to gauge. Is it a centimeter in diameter roughly? Is that prime mashing time? Because I think it was about the size of a typical like marble. Thank you for the follow. Oh my gosh, another follower. Thank you. All right. So whenever I put the hand end of the glass rod down, it'll build up the size of the little blob, whereas if we let it hang, it'll all just keep, kind of sagging. So getting that heated up. And then we're just going to put that in there and mush. Okay, that wasn't quite enough. We didn't get a fully formed mushroom. And so we're heating that in. And we're going to angle it down so that it kind of remelts back onto itself. Right on, Itsy. Hogwarts crust. You're doing the hard work. You're getting it done. I do kind of wish the smasher would open up a little more. Some mush. There we go. Ah, complete mushroom. Okay. Oh my gosh. Well, I hope in a good way. Here we go. We're going to be heating up the tip of our punty, and I'm doing this wrong-handed. Let's trade hands. There we go. Keeping our mushroom cap warm. So we've just heated the tip of our clear punty, touching just like so, letting it solid up, and I'm trying to go at a right angle. So while it's still soft, I want it protruding like directly out of the cap if we can. Now trading hands again. We're going to introduce it back into the flame. And I don't want to expose the inside to the flame too much because I don't want to lose that detail. And we'll just heat and pull maybe. Oof. There we go. Starting to get that detached. Slow and steady will get us where we're going. All right. And so I'm going to melt in our tip here. This is a little more streamlined. I think so. I'm hoping. So the idea is to try to like pump these out production style. The quicker I can get them made, the less I can sell them for. And I want to make some affordable pendants. Keeping it warm out in the end. Now at my current skill level, this is also a lot less interesting of a mushroom, I think. There we go. And it is spatula time. Let's melt in that little edge. Maybe give it some like cute little ruffles. Make it look like maybe something was nibbling on it, and that's why it's not like perfect. All right. And now keeping that warm, I really needed to have done that mushroom cap a little more centered, but it seems to be working, so I'll take it. So the tip of our white rod is a little wonky, so I'm just getting that melted in. Keep our mushroom cap rotating. Getting it heated up, and we're bringing it under and press. Letting that get solid. Okay. Now we're gonna, I probably don't need to glob as much glass up in there for the, but that's fine. Much more consistent, if nothing else. That's true. Is that, does somebody do? I think that's a vagina. I think I might have to change it to where people have to follow the channel before they can comment. So I'm not quite able to keep up with everything while juggling molten glass. Right, Joe says much more consistent, if nothing else, and that is my hope. I can't tell what that is. I'm having one of those days where everything looks like genitals. So it's like I was out like looking at the clouds this morning. It was just like, oh, that's a, yep. Well, all the flowers in the garden. Ah, heck. I cut it before I was supposed to again. Boo. It's fine. Oh no, Elsa's pill time. Yay. Not. I gotcha. All right, so now we get to try and see if I can do this. Oh, that's a big old glob. That could be like a little snail or something. We're going to heat that up and try to pull it off, or just get the punties stuck on it again. That's always an option. Okay, so heating that up. Practice makes progress, y'all. Okay, and now got this. Bring, bring. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Picking up. Okay, so the one that's done like a split ring is much easier to pick up than the other style of loop. So we're going to take that and we're going to, I really need to get it good and hot. That way I can just whoop, wobble, jab it in. Oh my gosh, that was terrible. Okay, let's see how this works. If that'll stay in. Please, Vaughn, please remember that next time, do the veil before the stem, please. You can do it. I believe in you. You got this. Except for when you don't, but that's fine. So I'm just heating it and kind of letting it like gravity do its thing. There's a market for glass genitals. There is. I just, I don't know if I'm ready, to to market glass genitals. So I guess fungus is, plant genitals. So I guess I'm good with that. All right, and there's that. I'm not going to do any dots on this one because it makes me nervous holding it with these tweezers. Woo! And it's in the kiln. All right, turning the heat off so I can think about it for a little bit. Good afternoon, Tashers. How goes it? I am going to, how do I? I don't know how to get, nope. How do I make that menu pop out? I have to go do something on the computer. Oh, goodness. Working away. How's you today? Doing pretty good. They are, Christina. I love flowers. Okay. And okay, I'm going to have it to followers only chat. And you only have to be a follower for like 1 minute before you can say stuff. So if you find yourself not able to chat suddenly, perhaps click the little green heart. That way, you'll be following us. And that way, if I have to, block a troll, at least we got a follower out of it. So there we go. And it's free to follow, so it's not anything like that. I'm not pay gating, just trying to filter out some of the trolls. The tag in my shirt is like driving me crazy. I'm not gonna cut it out of my shirt right now. I'll do that later. I wonder, do I not have some freaking vice tweezers somewhere for like soldering? I betcha. I thought I did. Now I don't know if these will hold them stable enough. No, it won't. Okay. Boo. What about these ones? Nope, those are the exact same. Rummage, 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 rummaging. Ooh, oh, I just found some nice metal snips that I forgot I had. All right, well, we'll just keep doing what we were doing and hope for better results. You think about my hair this morning? Zeb says, and I agree, that your hair looks amazing. Oh, well, thank you. I haven't even washed it or nothing since yesterday. But thank you. So I'm going to prep this all carefully perched, and I'm going to practice picking it up. I wish these didn't. Or maybe. Okay. Wishing and fishing. So I'm going to try to fix these jank-ass needle nose pliers. No offense to you pliers. You're just kind of jank-ass. Okay, so maybe evened them out, and now it's working. Oh my gosh, quality of life improved. Yvette. Oh, OMG says, I'm working like crazy today. Oh, well, thank you. Okay, so it's perched on the edge. I don't think that pin's going to be a good idea. I think I'm going to trim it down, and I think that's going to give me better odds, because if it does stick well, I don't want it like sticking out too far. There we go. Okay, so I have it positioned. Cool. All right. Getting lit up. There we go. Thank you for the follow. There we go. Okay, we're gonna do it again, you guys. And then I think I'm gonna need to move on to another color, because we're burning through this one pretty quick. We're getting some interesting follower names. That's all right. Sometimes you just gotta face roll on the keyboard. So we're just gonna heat this up. So just in case I haven't asked you yet this week, I've been asking folks. I started on Tuesday having like a question of the week. And the question was, what is your favorite craft? And it's kind of like a two-part question. And what got you into crafting? That's what happens when you let your cat type your handle. So we're just heating that up. Rolling around town, around town. And if any of y'all want to change your answer from previously in the week, you can still feel free to discuss further. Why my name gotta be pss, pss. Oh. And so again, cooking that in. I need to, next time we have a rod, I'd like to measure it and see just how much glass this takes. Good enough for government work. I learned from my granny when I was 10 because I loved the Afghans all around her house. Aw. Oh, look at that. I love that. Happy Cat's addicted to catnip got me into making toys. And Sarah says, I love wire wrapping the most. Started off with beading way back when. Nice. Okay, so while this is still attached to this, I think I'm going to go ahead and do some dots. Because why not? Let's get that stringer a little more. There we go. There we go. So I'm just going to kind of melt that in. A longer rod would have been nice. More dots. So I'm wondering if we get this kind of melted in. And then put it back in the masher and do more mashing. Ah! Then can I break it off of the whole freaking thing? I surely can. Can we pick it back up without it exploding? Stay tuned to find out. Ah! We can't. But now we know. So I'm going to give myself just a little bit more wiggle room by I just keep breaking off bits of the glass. Okay. Experimentation keeps life spicy, y'all. I'm the Tri-City catnip dealer. My catnip grow OP is growing. Grow operation. You've just got like a windowless pole barn out back. It's massive. It has a really intense ventilation system. Okay, so heating that up nice and hot, and then we're going to pick up that. Get it kind of melted back in. It okay. It okay. And then picking up another little glob of glass. And it's just rows and rows of catnip and like hydroponic grow systems, so the water circulating. Like You've got like armed security guards. A whole crew of people harvesting and bagging and like tagging the catnip, but they have to do it naked. That way they don't steal any. It's a pretty intense setup. Yep, and a bunch of glazed eye cats wandering around the property. But you sponsor Meowaroo, which is like Bonnaroo, but for cats. Some of the Twitch. Oh no! I would watch that movie. Like, just basically a, gosh, what was the one with, was it Johnny Depp? It was like a drug movie, and I remember, because they were like, he was like a drug lord or something. Because I remember my dad looking at me and going, "Don't do drugs," like multiple times through the movie. Um, but it'd be like that meets Warrior Cats. Fear and Loathing? No, not Fear and Loathing. Though also, I would watch Fear and Loathing mashed up with Warrior Cats. So I'm just heating this up again. Fear and Loathing. It was like Rush, or it might not have been. I might not be remembering it correctly at all either. So let's just say, what's one with Tony Montana in it? Scarface. Scarface meets Warrior Cats. It's like a catnip operation. Like, I think it was like Rush or something. It's gotten to the point that all the movies I've ever seen are just starting to like mix together into this ambiguous soup of like, that one actor from that one thing. And then there was the stuff with the guy. Like, that's it. That's all I got. That's all I got to go on. Oh, now that's cool. We got some swirly little spottle dots. Nice. I love it. Keeping that warm. And then just heating up our little punty. Starring Kitty Malone. Yes! Okay. Boop. Just getting that together. We can heat it up to get it repositioned a little. Whoops. Or not. Is that okay? Letting it get a nice connection. There we go. Okay. So we're keeping that warm, melting this in. Because again, I just want that brought in a smidge. There we go. Happy accident for sure. Or last night on Repeat Jeopardy where the guy didn't know the never-ending story. What? Oh, I had no idea. On Repeat Jeopardy. Like reruns? Or is that like a whole nother new show? Okay. Could make a cap with a bunch of broken pieces and see what happens. Yes. I love that idea. Like doing, like picking up some frit and stuff first and okay. Getting that kind of patted on in. I like doing a little bit of heat on the edges and just giving it a little bit of something. There we go. Ooh, I love it. All right, and now we have our stem. Look at me go! Doing the thing. This is so scary and I'm having so much fun. Okay, so I'm heating that up and we're just going boop there in the middle. And I think I like that. I think I finally got an amount. Nope, and I'm not cutting it. Not yet, at least. Okay, so now we're coming in. And we're just melting off that clear. But also, there's way too freaking much clear on there now. So I'm going to heat it up. And we have a very cool streamer. Womp. And I'm going to just do that. Excellent. Okay. And then we're going to heat up the tip. Just the tip. And on exhale, press in. Just because, again, I keep finding myself holding my breath, and I don't want to be doing that. I need to breathe. It's so important for, like, just basic function, Vaughn. Let's keep the breathing going, please. And so now I've got my pliers in my other hand, and that's what I'm going to hold on to. And we're going to come here, and we're going to go ahead and cut that. For the stem. There we go. And I'm getting that heated up so that it just hangs nice. What a nice little mushroom. That might be my favorite way, actually. All right, into the kiln before it breaks. All right, so before I commit a full day of production to just that one design, I would like to see how those ones come out of the kiln. Again, I'm going to switch the flame off for just a sec. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, Tasha, Sarah, thank you guys. I'm loving them as well. What time is it? We've gotten 3 made and it's only 1:14 in the afternoon. And I did not get started on time, so. Sugar-free coffee. iced sugar-free coffee. Okay, so let's see. Also, that's the easiest one to make. I'm going to do one more because we're going to do it with the frit. Because I know y'all love it when it looks like we're making meth. So let's do just a little bit more. So what we're going to be doing with this is melting it into ooh, let's do this blue. I don't know which blue this is, but it's there in my cup, so I'm going to use it. All right. And set those back over here. And I want to dig out, here we go. So this is like second use. No, that's too short. This is second use marine grade stainless steel because we've already made some pins from it, like just making head pins directly on it. Okay. And so any way that I can do this with little to no waste, ooh, makes me very happy. So we're going to have our tweezers again. I don't need that one right this second. We're going to be doing blue to start with. That's pretty. And then that's the stem. There's a little bit of red in there on the tip of this one. Well, not anymore, there's not. And there's a little bit of red. There we go. We've got our punties. We've got, I think we've got everything that we need. All right, getting lit back up. And I'm basically going to try to just keep making mushrooms until we're out of gas. Because we're going to be, I want to drain the tank so we can take it and get it swapped out for a full one. Okay, so we're heating up our blue. Added a little bit of propane just to heat it up a bit, build the flame. And then we're just going to press in some of this homemade frit. And this was made from a Divardi glass that kept popping on me. And it's a beautiful color, and it's fully compatible. It just had like some air bubbles in it. And so we're just cooking that in. I could use to grease these up because I'd really love for them to open and close just a little easier. But I think I'll grease them when I'm done with my torch work for the day. That way they have all week to kind of do their thing. Because I don't know for a certainty, like I couldn't tell you how flammable WD-40 is, but I don't want to find out, first off, if it's flammable, and then if it is, I don't want to find out how flammable. Like, is there varying degrees of flammability? Like, some things have got to be like once it crosses the line into like flammable or combustible, is that just it, or is there stuff that's like way combustible? I'm just adding these spots in. There we go. There we are, and this might be a big enough glob. Let's go ahead and try it. That's cool. It should be fine. Right on. Oh, that's going to be pretty, I think. We'll see. So now we're going to take our little punty. Wee bitty punty. And boop, right there on the tip. Just booting it on the snoot. Letting it get solided up. And then we're going to come around. And I kind of want to do like a really thin stem. It doesn't have to. I mean, that's going to be very fragile. So we'll stick to doing what we're doing. Oh my gosh, and that separated off beautifully. Nice, freaking nice. I love it. And so now we're going to keep that warm out in the end of the flame. Heating that up just enough. You can touch to the middle, keeping it relatively centered-ish. Again, doesn't gotta be perfect. I'm not going to be cutting the stem off. And then we're going to come in here and we're just going to heat up and remove. And I'm actually going to use our blue here to, thank you for the follow. We're going to use our blue accidentally in case. Okay, I want my blue cold and I want my clear hot. So let's see. There we go. And now from here, I do have this blue aventurine that I think is very pretty. And we're going to heat it up, and I'm just going to start doing a little bit of a stringer swirl, because why not? And then, where did my clear little punty go? I'm going to try to do a little bit of clear stringer on top of that, even without cooking my fingies off. Ow, my fingies. Ow. There we go. And so now from here, I'm wondering, sometimes we don't know until we try things. I'm just trying things. Could you tap that off with the thin bit for a cleaner break? Ooh, that's a good idea. I will try that. Yeah, I feel like I'm losing the texture on the inside. I probably could have done the blue aventurine as like dots, but I think this is too much. But is that okay? Because okay, we've got our stainless steel marker, or a dapping block actually, that I use for metal smithing. Now we can just heat this up, and we're gonna set that right in there like so. And we're gonna get this centered up and figured out. So it doesn't need to be like the others to be good. Okay, that's planted in there, the pin is. Okay. And now we're going to heat this. There we go. There we are. All right, that's blurry, but we're going to pop it into the kiln. Whew. All right, again, in an effort to conserve. Oh, well, thank you, Tashers. Al says, so are you ready for St. Louis? Yes and no. We are on track to be prepared. This Monday, Randy and I are going to be doing a mock booth setup and then getting everything packed down because we still haven't tidied up from whenever we packed out in quite a rush for Dragon Con, which was nice to get out of there, but I don't like putting off work. So we're going to make sure that we have everything that we need, that the signage is good, that we have all the hooks, that we have like the full backdrop figured out. Because we're just doing the signage and the fairy lights. We haven't had an opportunity to beef up our costumes for Anime St. Louis. And again, our whole strategy for Anime St. Louis is to have affordable, low price point, $25 and below stuff. Which is why I'm not like busting out, like costumes and stuff. We'll do those in preparation for Dragon Con. That was so cool. Let's do another one. I'm going to do it a little differently, but I also kind of want to use, let's do a blue one with that one, and then I'm going to need another clear bunty activated. Breathe. But I'm so excited, you guys. Like, I'm going in with standards not expectations. And I think that's so important for like happiness in general, is to have a standard of what I'd like to be bringing to the table, but I do not have an expectation about what we're going to be taking home. And so it's going to be what it's going to be, but I think it's going to be phenomenal because we're going to get to see Yvette. I think Pro Pool and Caroline are coming. Like, oh my God. That would be amazing. Like Pro Pool and Simone's Treasures. If we got to see them and hang out with them again, that would be nuts. We get to hang out the whole freaking time in the booth. Maddie and her mama, Amy, are helping us vend, so it should be an easier workload, or hopefully, if we're lucky, it's the same exact amount of workload, but now we've got 4 people fishing from the river instead of just 2, because just having more people in the booth means we can do more transactions per hour. Like if I can only do so many transactions per hour, that's my cap. That's all I can do. And so I'm really, really excited to just exist. Like, I'm happy to just be here, you guys. Like, everything else is just seasoning. Well, I don't know what's gonna keep it going. I'm kind of enjoying this. Like, maybe I hope that that's a good way of doing the little bales. So I'm coming in here. The question is are you ready for anime? St. Louis. Uh-oh. That one might be too short. Let's try again. Make another. Like, the van has had its oil change, so I think we're as ready as we can be in many ways. So we're just gonna roll with the punches and hope we come out shiny on the other side. Ooh, Al says planning on having a big resin pour day this coming week. Nice. Sorry, these glasses like pinch my nose shut. I almost need like a breathe right strip just to counterbalance these glasses pushing down on my nose. So if you see me like playing in my nose a whole bunch, that's all that's going on here. I kind of want to pick up some of this big purple that's all broken and see what happens with that. I shouldn't mix things. Okay. Getting it lit back up. There we are. Oh, you're going to try those elf ears? That's going to be so cool, Al. I hope it's awesome. Let's do another exactly as before. So it's almost doing a little bit of an encasement. So I press it on the end. And then we heat it up and it kind of like om-noms around it. So I'm going to be using this blue aventurine to like kind of pull it out a stringer maybe. I'm going to try something. There we go. And now we're just going to kind of bring that back. And if it burns off a little bit of the blue of entering into it, oh no, shimmery. So yeah, I'm going to kind of treat it like I'm decorating a bead and just do some of that blue aventurine on there. There's this. Alice has been watching so many different techniques in resin jewelry. Right on. Well, do you have like a plan or a strategy for how you think you're going to do the ears? Hey Lisa, how's it going? Says hi everyone. Hope your day is going well. It's going really well. We're off to a very good start. There we are. Okay. Let's just shake that around. See what's up. And then put that on in there, and then we're gonna kind of smush it maybe. Nope, not enough. Okay. You know, some of this frit is powdered enough. It may be suitable for enameling, like onto the tops of the little mushroom cap. And so we're just heating it and letting it droop. There we go. Concentrate on the basics for now to get things made and slowly add in stuff. That sounds like a solid strategy. How did your gummy bears come out? Like, was there like a big takeaway that you learned from that? Do you feel like it kind of increased your confidence as a resin crafter? It's so close. We needed just a little more. So I'm actually just going to add some there to the edge. And then I'm going to see what's up. Nah, we just going to melt it back in and add a little bit more again. So I have a couple dozen made and have my drill now, so we'll be earrings soon. Oh, that's awesome. There we go. I am pleased. And just touching it on. And then we're just going to heat up over here. Oops. Well, that heated up our punty quite a bit. Oops. Touched to the wrong part and it just stuck immediately. Oopsie. That okay? Yes, go for it, Tashers. I'll try my best to be helpful to you. Now it's spatula time. There we go. And now I'm going to heat up our white, which I've had an idea to, I want to keep a bold connection. I was going to try to like sharpen it down and do a little bit more of a tip. I'd like to keep it kind of bold if I can. Nice, solid, lots of glass on glass contact. And then let's see. Ooh, good idea. The tap really just tapping it off. And there we are, heating up the tip and sinking in. Well, not enough. Sinking it in. There we go. Oh, well, thanks, Christina. It was so cool to get to do some torch work while hanging out. Okay, so now we're just heating up our rod. And fire cut. Balling up that little end. Then letting it hang. Pretty cool. Into the kiln. Ah, everything's okay. Whew. Into the kiln. All right, so that last stage needs a little bit of work. Whew, that scared me. Okay. All right, Tashers asks, we are currently trying to figure out what payment processor to use. I have a Square account and we are using Wix. There seems to be an app to connect to these things, but I was wondering your opinion. I just went with the Wix payment because it allows folks to do whatever kind of credit or debit card that they would otherwise be using if they were paying with Square. But it also, we can accept PayPal too. So that's what we had decided to go through. And it simplifies it for us a little bit, because whenever we were doing Weebly, our payments were processed with Square. So it was difficult for us to differentiate, that we had to go in manually and figure it out to see what was, or it had like a point of sale and then a website thing. But now Square is like just our booth sales. So that helps us kind of keep track of that. And then our Wix payment is just our website sales. But then on PayPal, it's a crapshoot because right on. Joe says I have my Wix site tied to both Square and PayPal. Right on. Oh, okay. Tasha says like Wix has its own, but not sure if that one is good or if the third-party Square one. Wix payments has been just fine for Randy and I. It's a little, it's not annoying. It's just like they'll send like daily payouts, and sometimes I like for it to build up and then get like a fat check hopefully at the end of the week, instead of like Wix is sending you $10 and I'm like so, but that's just that's feelings, not actual accounting. So it's still the same amount of money at the end of the week. I'm gonna go have a restroom break. I'll be right back. Y'all try to behave yourselves at least a little bit. Alrighty. Wix app on your phone, you can do like virtual checkouts. Nice. We are back, and I don't know if we have enough on the blue, but we're going to pick up the rest of this frit and get that figured out. I certainly am enjoying our rate of production today. I got some music going, and I was going to try to do some little leaf mashers too, because I watched a wee bitty tutorial on that one today as well, but we'll see how that goes. Okay. I need to not be dancing through waste and flame bond. And then I think the next mushroom color I'm going to do is going to be purple. We harvested our first salad greens yesterday out of the garden, and it was so good. And I felt so like, because I wild foraged some like of the biggest sorrel I have ever seen. Like I thought it was white clover at first, and even then, it would have been some pretty big white clover like leaves. And actually ate lamb's quarter, harvested that like for salad instead of just eating it like a gremlin. Okay, I'm worried that that big piece is going to pop on me, so I'm going to heat it slowly and gently from the other side. Smash them, put them in the stew. Potatoes. Getting that heated up nice and well. And then I'm going to pull it out again because I do want to just touch it and pull it out as stringer, just to help distribute that color and get it maybe some little more swirls, because we got some big old chunks. There we go. Into just a little bit of a twist. Big twist. And then I'm just going to remelt it from the tip here. But that came out so pretty. Oh, I love it. You can tie the Square point of sale terminal to the Wix app, process payments in real time via the Wix app. Oh, okay. Hey, Beth. We're doing really well. How are you doing today? Yeah, so we're just took the time to make a pretty little spiral, but that was mostly just for practice and blending purposes. I'm now just going to continue melting and rolling it back in on itself. And I do want to get all the rest of this enamel. Do you mean for like for selling in your booth, Joe? Yeah, I think I want to save the rest of that just for, ooh, that can gets hot. Okay. Well, that's good, pretty well, says Beth. What are you up to today? And we're just building this back up onto itself. Heated. Let's do a little more. Alrighty, that looks pretty good. Let's get it in there and smash. Yeah. Woohoo! Okay. Getting it heated up. And just touching it too. Keeping that angle steady. Let's go ahead and trade sides. Trade hands. Now we're going to heat this up, trying to not overheat our punty. Alright. I like to get it to fold at the bend, and then we can come through and just pull that off. And then I'm going to heat it. And I like to use the, I'm just today I've started sharpening the tips in my right angle marver on my blast shield. And that way I can lift off a little bit of material, and then it's all funny looking, but that's okay. And then we're just going to melt that in. And then I come in here and I just sharpen it down. And that way, hopefully, we won't have too much popping or anything. We're going to take our spatula and we're going to tidy up that detachment point. Ooh, yay for learning curves. Hey, Lita, how's it going? And so I think I am going to go ahead and sharpen this white real quick. And I'm also just going to heat up the like edges of our cap and just press that kind of flat on the marver. I'm gonna, oh, well that's weird. Alright, let's just heat it up and glob it together. And then, boop. Making good central contact, if we can. There we are. And then I'm going to go ahead, not going to cut it yet. I almost did a whoopsie. And we're going to see if I can't heat it up a little. Yeah, I contacted it a little too well, it seems. So there we go. But what we'll do now is I'm still going to use that sharpened bit of blue because I don't mind getting a little bit of clear on there. It's going to dirty it up a little, but that's okay. There we are. Now it's just going to have some clear on the end now. That's okay. Grabbing our tweezers, not our tweezers, our needle nose pliers. Heating up the tip, getting a little bit of heat onto the wire, and There we go. It's in. Ah! Oh, Beth, what kind of glass did you get? I'm going to go a little shorter on the stem this time. And again, just sharpening that tip. Oh, booger. Well, I'm just going to heat the back up and try to have it be like a flat pendant, like flat back. Maybe we can make it seem like that was on purpose. All right, go. Well, and we can pick that up to melt into the next one. The usual no-name brand, which is nice. They have a little pink on them, so fun. Oh, nice. Aw, thank you so much, Christina. You have a great rest of your day. It says, have a lovely Saturday. I wish each of you the best with all your projects. The mushrooms look great, Yvonne. Hope St. Louis goes well. Me too. Walk in the Rain says, are learning curves hard for people who like to take the direct approach? Yeah, probably. I wouldn't know. I like to meander and wander. So I'm just thinking. I'm going to go ahead and put the blue into this thing here. My little Cruella de Vil style rod holder. Right on, Joe. Y'all have a great evening. All right. Let me go ahead and get a little loop made. Lita says, so excited about Camp Craft Along. It's about a 17-hour road trip. Oh my goodness. Do you think you're going to try to do it all in one day? Or are you going to like stagger step it? Says, I'm excited to get to hang out. Oops. Ooh, making a rock hounding trip for the week. That would be cool. Yeah, just a little farther south. I don't know how much farther south. We should see where the closest rock climb is. Just saying. Yeah, the trees have got to be blooming or something. I may take an allergy pill. My nose is just itching. All right, so I've got 2 little bits made. And some stretching going. We're going to start melting in our clear onto the tip of the blue. And once we get a little bit of a glob here, I'm actually going to pick up the blue that popped onto the table Bye, Al. Thanks for hanging out. Have a great rest of your day. I think Randy and I are going to be having beans and rice and cabbage for dinner. Yeah, okay, so last night we were gonna we were like, let's go have a date. And we were dressed and in the car and going out into the world. We were even responsible and like paid all of our bills for the month first because like had come in and were ready to be paid. And we were going out and we were gonna have dinner, and then we realized other people, like other humans in town, like to go out on Fridays, and we saw the crowds. Like it's Food Truck Friday at the park. We were like, let's just pick up like some cheap Chinese and like go and have a picnic at the park or something. And like everyone in town is at the park, and we're like, eh. So we decided we went to Walmart and got like a cook it your own self pizza, like an extra large. Meat lovers, and got like some extra cheese, and some extra pepperoni. And Randy found this like chicken ranch Alfredo bread, flatbread, which was amazing. We had the leftovers for breakfast this morning, but we just ended up like hanging out, and like Randy and I did some drumming, which was really fun because like I'm trying to practice teaching drumming, which is helping me to learn, excuse me, as well. But it's Randy's such a good guinea pig. He's so supportive and kind and patient. Just like me and my hubby love it. And I was like, we'll go out on a date at like 2 p.m. on a Wednesday. We'll hit a matinee movie. We'll be home in time to put the chickens to bed. I am not about nightlife of any variety. Like, not even if it's Nisarco's buffet on a Friday. I'm not. There's too many people. I don't feel like waiting in line. It's going to be loud. Like, we're probably going to have to wait for it. It's just like, I'm good. 2 p.m. on a Wednesday is my favorite time of day to go out on a date. We don't like other people much. I don't mind other people. I just don't want to be like, it just clogs up the gears. It's like, there's no parking. People are insane. Like just running out into traffic and stuff. Like I hate parking lots. Like it's more fun to have stayed home. Like, and so we did have a very good time. I was very pleased. Oh, wow. Sarah says, and we were in San Jose, 1 million here. Our town has 14,000 people and it's too crowded. Like, I'm like, ugh, there's too many people out. Like, even at Walmart, it was like, I don't like being in other people's way. Like, and I don't want to have to rush. And so I'm like, I'd rather just wait until other folks are cleared out and then I'll go do my thing. All right. We'll do a little bit more of this blue aventurine swirl. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come in here, and I'm actually going to practice like this is a little bead. No time like the present to practice our stringer technique. Or lack thereof. All right. There we go. Sarah says, yep, I shop online at my leisure. Yep. All right. The only thing with this Coila DeVille thing is it's heavy, so it's cumbersome, and the balance is way off because of the wing nut thing, which is okay. I'm just making observations and trying to be ergonomic. Heating this up. Okay. Now we're just gonna put that in there and we're gonna smash it. There we go. Oh, that looks so cool. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. That is wicked freaking cool, you guys. I don't know if you're able to see it, but since we added that spiral and we kind of did it in from the side, like it's like like, oh, this may be my favorite one. Okay, please don't break. Okay. Boop. I'm just gonna apply that to that. And then we're gonna transition this around. We're just gonna heat it up to soft enough to bend. And then we're gonna bring it this way. And that way we can heat it and cool. Yep, just like that. I'm going to try to let the heat smooth itself into that while we heat up to attach our stem. And then we're going to come along to the other side. There we go, got it attached. Not entirely certain how I do that, but the more we do it, the more practiced we'll get at it. And hopefully the better results we'll get. I'm going to try to keep this one evenly warm this time. No, that's not hot enough. And then boop, undo the old smushy smush. There we go. Nice and in there. Just trying to get it all up to temperature. There we go. And then we can come in and we can start cutting. Oops. There we are. Oh goodness, that's all sorts of weird. Setting that down. There's got to be a tool for this that makes it a little more. It's where I don't have to keep constant pressure to keep it from opening, like some lock pliers or something. All right. I don't know if you can see, but that is just the coolest. I'm gonna pop it into the kiln before it's in. Oh, perfect. Man, this is like intense. Oh, you can rent studio space or kiln space too. Oh, wow. Some folks here will only go downtown when the students are gone. Right on. You can rent studio space or kiln space. Oh, that's cool. So there's places that you can go and rent and do that. There's a fused glass studio in Springfield, Missouri. And that's the closest one that I'm aware of, unless something else opened up. All right, we're going to do one more. And this one I'm going to do with purple. So this should be pretty cool. We'll see. All right. Hey, Loki, how goes it? Miss me? Of course. How have you been doing? Sarah says, yeah, 1 million people in San Jose. At least we have most things here. Just lots of people doing it all. That's fair. Yeah. Busy, but the weather is perfect, and I should have first outdoor stream of Springsteen rolling. Not till after this stream, of course. Ooh, right on. Well, I'm glad the weather is finally cooperative. Okay. That's not going to work, and there's something tickling my ear. It really is time to get a kit crafter guild together so we can coordinate and not stream at the same time. Maybe. I think it's good for folks to have lots of different choices. I certainly wouldn't want someone to not stream just because I'm streaming. I'm going to be sitting here and doing my own thing. I do hope people go and do their own thing too. Huzzah! Like, yeah. I think as business owners, as crafters, as streamers, as whatever, take care of yourself first. There's enough room for all of us to be successful. And it gives us people to raid into. So... Yeah, I'm going to try it. I'm thinking instead of punting back. That's all I have to say about that. Boo and hiss. Sarah says, have a show next weekend, so just cleaning up stuff today, mostly ready. Nice. That's a really good position to be pre-show. All right, I'm going to try to get this melted in. In fact, I'm just going to go like this. I think what happened here is, though that's a really nice cross-section of the cap. I love it. I don't think I had my stem hot enough, so whenever I planted it into the mushroom cap, I get the feeling that it was more of a heat sink than anything else. All right, so we're gonna pull that out of there. And I'm gonna try to encase that little bit of white. Where in the heckins? There it is. Itzy says, my daughter is doing photography and she had a photo shoot today. The girl was wearing a pair of my elf ears. Oh, that's so cool. That is really cool. So I'm just doing some little like twisties and stuff. Ooh, smushing it together. Let's see how this goes. Okay. And we just set that in. Yes, that looks so freaking cool. Okay. Oh, I love it. Okay. Let us stick to what is familiar instead of trying to always mix it up all the dang old time. Okay. Oop. Like, this is so pretty. Oh my gosh. All right. Like, this is probably one of my favorite things about working with glass is how the colors, the translucency of it. Okay, so we got our puntee on there. We're heating it so we can bring it to a bend. There we are. We're at the bend point. And we cut. Keeping it warm. I'm just melting in the tip of our rod so that we can then come down here and sharpen it, which is also a nice cooling action. The graphite is a very nice heat sink. So now I'm ready to overheat this one spot. Well, not overheat, but I'm ready to focus the heat. There we go on that bit. We're going to heat that up. We're going to keep this evenly warm. We're going to roll that in, sharpen our tip. There we go. And then we're going to use our spatula to kind of do a little sometimes I like a little bit of weirdness, a little ruffle or a bit of movement. Something to just add a little bit more character. Now we can heat up our stem. And root just right in the middle. Perfect. There we go. Now we're going to swap it. Break that off. Heating our situation. Getting that good and a little hot on the tip. Because we want to be able to sink this in. There we are. Let's heat that up. Okay. Grabbing the pin. And then we're just heating. There we go. All right. I don't know if you're able to see those colors, but it's beautiful. Let's pop her into the kiln. Woo! Oh man. All right, again, this is like really intense. I need a minute. Oh, I'm just gonna be stretching my legs. How you doing, plants? What you up to? What a beautiful day. Look at my seedlings. They don't look like they need water. Not from here. Okay. All right. Okay. Ooh. Catnip Toys says I put my first order in on Temu. When I rechecked my order, I noticed I missed ordering a few items. I liked the feature add to order, however, MC didn't like the 5 individual transactions MasterCard for the add-ons and locked my card. Twice I had to contact the bank to unlock my MasterCard. That wasn't fun. When I tried to do a separate order for the remaining items, it wanted me to order a minimum of $40 for it to be free shipping. That confused me as the items said free shipping. Hey, Pro, how's it going? Boo. I don't know, because there's not a bunch of mandrels poking out of the kiln, so I don't know how many I've made. But like a bunch is what it feels like. Like a bunch. I kind of feel like I'm just gonna freaking keep at it. I really liked the purple with the white swirl, so I think I'm gonna try to make more like that. How are you doing today, Pro? What are you up to? Enjoying this awesome weather, right? Oops. Got the front yard mowed before my back started to stiffen up, so that's good. Yee, stay hydrated. That helps. Though I'm sure you've got your own paint management system. I'm always, when Randy's back is hurting him, I'm always chasing him with a bottle of water, being like, hydrate. Tell him to hydrate and stretch and all that good stuff. Okay. I'm going to prep some pins. This is probably my favorite way of doing pins. Because, like, the wrapped loops are okay. But I like the 2 points of contact as opposed to 1. And I like that I don't have to wrap anything. It's a nice closed loop structure. So there's 1, 2, 3. Let's go ahead and make 10 more pins because, well, that way it just seems like a nice round number. Ooh! Pro says, I did find a snake today. Pretty good sized garter snake. Tomorrow when I do the back, I'm sure I'll find some more. Ooh-wee! That's cool. I haven't found any snakes yet this year, which I'm kind of bummed out about. Like, I guess that's okay. But, I mean, I wouldn't hope to find anything other than, like, you know, a garter snake or something. But I did find 2 toads. Because war is on in the backyard. A groundhog is eating my garden. And so I'm practicing being a very bad neighbor to the groundhog. And I was blocking up all of the like entry points into the yard. And like there's the groundhog dug out like a hole under the house that's got me like kind of bothered and stressed out. So, but while I was moving boards and rocks and stuff, I found 2 toads. Just, it seemed like they were just chilling, trying to stay kind of damp until, I don't know, until, what do toads even do with their day? Like, I kind of want to just spy on them. Like, I think that's what I'm going to do in my retirement years is just spy on nature. Like, I just want to be like, what does this guy do all day? Little toad. Like, do they come out at night? The toads? Like, when do they come out? What do they do during the day? Do they just hide all day? Are they hiding because it's cold? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more. One more thing. Z not doing his job. Z is the most chill bro I've ever met. He's just like, sup, to like whatever's in the yard. Like, then when the neighbor's cat was in the yard this morning, and Z just looks at it and like wags his tail. I'm like, that's for the best. But then we didn't realize that like the cat had like come back into the yard, and we were walking up from the chicken coop. I was on one side of the bed and Z was on the other, so the cat, I guess, was like hiding underneath this end table. And like she was like pinned, like we did like a, there's a term for it, like a pincher move unintentionally, and she was right there and she like hissed at Z, and he was like and wagging his tail, and then she like came at him and he turned mean, you know, just to be like, oh, yeah, it was just self-defense. But he was okay. There was no like blood drawn or anything like that. He mostly just got his feelings hurt. And so he came and was like, Mom, hug me. The cat yelled at me. Oh no, Beth. Can you heat up? Nah, I'm not in the country. We live like right in town. It's like our area is zoned for commercial and residential. So there's like businesses and stuff around as well. But it's mostly across the street is a house that's being converted into I think a tamale shop. But then the other houses on this side of the street are still houses for now. Eee! Michelle says we have a rattlesnake in our yard. Don't like finding snakes in our yard. Oh no, I hope everybody's okay. Rattlesnakes are tricky business. Hey Michelle, how's it going? Nom nom nom. Okay. So we have 10 pins. Let me get them lined up over here. Beth says, is it warm where you live? We're in zone 6B. So what temperature is it? Our outdoor thermometer is broken, so I don't know what the temperature is outside today. It says it's going to be a high of 82 today, so it's pretty nice weather today. It may be warm enough for the toads to come out. That would be cool. Itsy says, I find worms, snails, and slugs in my garden. That's how boring it is here. Maybe a frog or two. There's a small pond. Eee. Well, we did not have a whole lot of biodiversity in the yard when we moved here. But planting flowers totally helps. Setting out bird feeders totally helps. Because there's nothing like flower and bird poop to attract, like flowers and bird poop to attract like bugs. And if you've got a good ecosystem of like worms and slugs and beetles and stuff, then you'll get things that eat those, and then you'll get things that eat those. And so it's taken us a very long time. Like we didn't even get to see our first dragonfly or damselfly until like 2 or 3 years ago, and we've had a little like pond shell in the garden since almost year 1. So the tadpoles are doing well. They don't have legs yet, but they're starting to be, some of them are starting to get the little lumps where the legs are going to be poking out of. And then, I don't know. We'll see. I put out, to try it, I put out some of our duckweed and something that starts with an A that I can't pronounce. But it's to clean and oxygenate the water. And I'm excited about that. So we have our pins. We have our pins lined up. And let's go. We're going to do another purple, and I want to do another purple swirly. So let's get it nice and hot. No pants every day. It's going to 90 here, so no more pants. Woo! Ah! I guess it is the Great Migration, isn't it? Loads of birds. We have feeders, but no fancy birds, just sparrows and magpie. Right on. Good. So we have mostly grackles out in the yard. Like a few years ago, we had like some blue jays, but I think they were staying in the neighbor's tree. Which I can't blame them. It's a very nice tree. 82 here today. Ooh-wee. Fortunately, it's still nice and cold in the house, so I don't mind the warm temperature outside. But otherwise, 80's a little warm. I do find myself wondering, because don't get me wrong, I would love to go ahead and just get all of my seedlings into the ground, but it's not past our last frost date, and I don't want to push my luck. But I'd like to get them in before we go to Anime St. Louis. I could check the 10-day. I'll have to look. Okay, so I've got this. I'm going to try picking up, I've got this like broken stem butt from another mushroom. Boop. How did you not explode? I'm glad that you didn't. Don't get me wrong. I hope there are a lot of hidey holes in the pond. 80 degrees is too warm for spring. Windy, windy, windy though. Oh, I love a good windy day though. You use your tapping block? What's it? Oh, yeah. Yes, it's stainless steel. It seems to be working just fine. Okay, so I'm going to heat that up and I'm just going to press it on down. And then we're going to heat this up, kind of try to fold the sides together up and in. And then I'm just going to lay this down on that purple. And we're going to heat that up. I'm hoping this will give us like blackberry swirl vibes, which is a sheet glass that I really love. Which reminds me, I need to order maize glass and record tomorrow's tutorial. Oh God, okay. It is a day, that okay. So I was just picking up some like broken chunks of glass off the table, which is fine and perfectly normal for a person to do. So now I'm just going to heat this up. I don't want to lay my hand down on that. I'm still going to try to melt this in just a little better. There we go. So this should be enough for possibly the next 2 mushrooms, but it probably also won't be. So maybe 1.5. And so we're just melting that in. Making a big old glob. And we have our brass mushroom cap mashers from the Lampwork store. And oh, that's so pretty. Okay. Set that down over yonder. Keep it warm. We're going to heat up our clear. Thank you so much for the follow, Gabe. Okay, just getting that attached. Yeah, we have it set up. We were having some trolls earlier, and I can't always get to it whenever doing my thing. So we have it where you have to follow to chat. I'm sorry for any inconvenience. But thank you for the follow. Do you any with dark stems? I haven't so far because I've kind of just been trying to get the hang of doing this. But I think we may have to start doing that. Okay. Oh, and there we go. And we're going to grab our spatula and kind of just flesh that out a little. And then just shaping out that edge. And I just wanted to have a little bit of character, so I'm just doing that. Ugh. And y'all make me tired. like, I'm pretty sure I saw somebody asking that same exact trolley question in Metz's chat like a month or so ago. Would it kill y'all to be a little creative? Like, come on, trolls. Bring your A game. Oh, don't want to cut it yet. I'm going to bring this and... well, it's a good try. Ah! Well, good news. I'm just going to melt all this together and pick up that glob and do it again. Okay, can you do all that without your purple glasses over your other ones? How do you mean? I don't think I should do any torch work without my purple glasses. Because it filters out the soda flare and reduces the damage that this will be doing to my eyes cumulatively over the years. You mean old popping glasses? I'm not sure what you mean, Walk in the Rain. Woo! And this is a little bit what I was afraid of. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pull this out into stringer because I don't like leaving big chunks like that because then they pop on me just like how just happened. Okay, so we can do this. And I'm just going to get under there and pick up that glass and glob it together. Because at least now if it cracks, it's already attached to two other rods. I can definitely reuse glass so long as it doesn't have bead release. It broken, like something that pops off is just big for it. So as long as it's not like dirty, then we're good to go. So I'm kind of trying, there we go, to get this nice and globbed together. Nice and kind of taffy consistency. And now we're going to pull kind of slowly. There we are. Okay, perfect. And then I'm going to cut, I'm going to let it set up and get a little stiff. And then we're just going to go ahead and cut, just like that. And then I want to sharpen the tip on this one. Excellent. And now I'm going to remelt a glob on the tip of this. have to find my app on my phone. I leave it in the oddest places. Right on, Sarah. So now we're almost able to spiral this in. So we're just kind of heating and folding. Ooh, it's rainy and 51 degrees. Enjoy it while you can. It's going to be hot before we know it, I'm sure. I typically don't bet on things, but I'll bet it gets hotter way hotter than I want it to be, way faster than I want it to. I'd bet money on that. And if it doesn't, then it's worth whatever money I might have lost that we got to have a little bit longer of a spring. Okay. So still trying to get enough of that glass heated that we can make a nice cap. There we go. Now that's got a little bit too much glass on it, so I'm going to remelt it back in. Just because I don't want so much hanging off the edge. So, this is going to be a really nice purple blend, I think. Excellent. I like that. There's still a little bit more than I wanted there to be, but I'll take it. Okay. Attach into the tip. And so just trying to heat that connection point. That way we can heat it up and pull it off. And then using my graphite marker as a heat sink as I sharpen it so that we can come in and take off some more of that excess material. There we go. should be good. Now we can come through with my spatula. Just to shake that a little. It's raining cats and dogs here. 33 degrees. Oh man. Are you quite far north, Beth? I'm sorry if you've told me where you lived before. Like what region. I'm forgetful about those sorts of things. Or can be at least. And placing that stem. Just heating it up to pull it off. I think I'm just going to heat this one in a little. There we go. Give me a sec to actually pick the pin up. Get that placed. Doesn't have to be perfect. And we're going to heat that cap up. Kind of soaking the heat in. New Brunswick, Canada, right on. Thank you. That's an excellent way of describing it. The Eastern Province on the Atlantic Ocean. Okay. Yeah. How are your all summers? Like, how hot does it get up there? Like, is there at least some sort of balance where, like, at least the summers are mild? Because I thought that about Wisconsin, and one of my good friends lives up there, and she was like, the summers are just vicious. The black flies biting, and the mosquitoes the size of bats just draining your blood. You know, typical nature stuff. Some of them are a little wonky and weird, but I'll take it. Into the kiln. So we've got 1, 2, 3 on this side, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on this side. Oh my goodness, we have been busy today. I'll just count. I don't even know how many that is. I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be right back, y'all. I'm taking Randy his snack upstairs. All right, so for the next couple, I think I'm going to do the stems in an antique ivory or buffy or whatever colors we've got going on. Just to start gradiating down into a, wow, it is getting warmer in the summer, 98 degrees at times. Goodness. Catnip Toys says, we had rain yesterday in southwest Ontario. Weather usually moves east. Seems like it's hotter every year. Catnip Toys says, I remember 35 years ago when AC was an option when buying a vehicle, right? Ooh, all you can eat hibachi? Are you kidding me? That sounds awesome. We're having a little P3 snack. Just taking a moment to enjoy. My cheese. Where'd it go? I bet it's still good. No. There's only like a little dog fur on it. Cold pizza for breakfast. Oh, goodness. And it seems like the winters are getting colder here in Missouri. We did not used to have to worry about negative 20 degrees with the freaking wind chill. But the summers were increasingly, like, I think, gosh, it's pretty standard. We're gonna have a week solid of triple digits in the heat in the summer. So we're I'm planning a part of the garden this year for shading the eastern side of the house to try to help with that. Plant a whole wall of sunflowers. And I'm very glad that this house was built in 1905 because it actually has pretty good, like, lots of windows, lots of ventilation. We have a big old juniper tree in the front that's as tall as the house, and it gives us western shade. So like when the sun's setting, we're a little shaded, which is nice. Hey, Erica, how's it going? Wow, it's 55 at night and 90 in the day. How can you dress for that? Right? If it never got over 80, I would be such a happy camper. Not gonna happen, right? That'd be so cool. It's going pretty well. I'm just having a bit of a snack. We have been busting out mushrooms today. And I think I'm finally getting the hang of our mushroom masher. Wow. Catnip Toy says we had a very mild winter here. Usually in April, there's a strip of snow along the fence. This year, the catnip came up in March. Oh, usually it's the end of April, beginning of May. Goodness. The only mashers I have are this skull. It's a skull bead masher, which is pretty cool. And then I have these leaf mashers here. But I guess I need to practice with them as well because I've never gotten very good results with them. Well, hey, little kitty. Hey, you. Well, hey, baby, what's up? Oh, okay. Can I give you a kiss?
No.
I got turkey breath. Mwah. Yummy. All right. Ooh, level 3, Sarah. Make leaves like in the necklace yesterday. Exactly. Except for I'd be putting a little loop in its butt. So. Y'all, I tell you what, I'm kind of tired. Like, that's been really intense. Well, hey, Z-Dog, come here and give me some love. I got some love to give you. Some pets for your head. Oh, he's such a handsome boy. Who's such a handsome boy? You're right. I am just lollygagging. That okay. You are so handsome. Look at you. How do you be such a good boy all day, every day? You do so well. Yeah. Yeah, I already ate all my snack. Sorry. All right. More coffee. Just a little more coffee. Kisses for the dog. Okay, I am stalling. Ooh, but it's fun though. All right. I'll get back to work. Go find your father. Hey, Z. Go find your father. Go find Daddy. Yes. You're such a good boy. I'm so hopeful that these actually work. Like, because I'm worried about them breaking in the kiln, or like the pins not working, or just something. Like, it feels like, of course, why would they work? You know, like it's been going so smooth and being so great, and I'm nervous. Okay, Z's one started wandering off. That's good. I'd hate for him to get hot glass popped. Whoop, and the camera's down. Thank you, Tashers, for letting me know. There we are. Heating this up. I'm going to again and just kind of heating the glob. Oh, thank you, Walk. Thank you. I was following along with I can't remember his name. James something, but he does art tutorials on YouTube, teaching you how to draw and stuff, like create art in the app Procreate. And it was a lot of fun to follow along with. I'd like to start doing more artwork. Because it's a lot easier I think I'll have a much easier time creating artwork on my tablet using Procreate if I get past this initial learning curve that I have been stuck at for like 2 or 3 years. Like ever since I got my tablet, like I've not sat down and fully learned to utilize Procreate. And I think it would really behoove me, like it would be wise to, not quite enough, huh? To go through and like do a 30 days of 30 minutes of just doing art, like following either Art with Flow tutorials or something. But I think right now maybe focusing on pardon me, following one tutorial a week would be a really good start. Okay, so this should give us enough. Still not enough. Okay. We'll just melt it down again. Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Okay. Getting that heated in. Okay, and boom. Nailed it first try. I'm very, very pleased with that. There we go. I'm just letting that solid up a little bit. And now coming through. And just getting that heated. There we go. Because once we get it like that, we can now turn it a lot easier, or much easier. Cut it. Get that cooked in. Then heating up that spot. Like really focusing the heat on it. There we are. There we go. And now keeping that warm, keeping that rotating. trying to heat up. This is one of our stem colors. I'm just getting it tapered just a little bit, and I'm going to set it down. We're going to fix this edge with our spatula. That's always my worry, is that I'm going to be pressing and it's going to slide because glass has very little friction. And I don't want my hand to like go into the flame. That would suck. Okay. Again, keeping this good and warm all the way around, and then we're just gonna put in our stem. We've got that, and then we're gonna come through and nope. We're gonna heat it off. Is that okay? I actually don't mind us heating that in. I don't want it getting scuzzy, but and now we're going to take this and we're going to take our pin, which is tricky to get it positioned, and then we're going to pick it up. We've got our nice hot mushroom cap, and not hot enough. These allergies are killing me. There we are, and boo, we're gonna smush that in, and then we're gonna heat it back up. Thank you, honey. Okay, so we're heating that up, and then I'm gonna grab onto that pin, and we're gonna heat up the stem. You gonna check out what I've been making? Are you heading back up to do some more work? Or?
Yeah, that's okay. Really interesting.
You like it? That it's if you stay for a sec, you'll be able to see what's all in the kiln.
Oh, that's a clever way of saying it.
You like just sharpening it? I learned that today, like figured it out. We're going to let that hang. Try to keep it nice and warm. And check it from this side, babe. You like? Uh-huh. Okay. On the right side.
Ooh.
There's those ones. And then there's those ones. I've been real busy, but I got it figured out, I think.
That's awesome.
I'm so afraid that they're all going to be just broken out of the kiln. But it's the same technique that folks use in fused glass to put a little like loop bail.
Yeah.
So it should
It
should be okay. We'll see. I love you. Right on. I'm still streaming till 5, so love you. Bye-bye. You too, honey. Lurking. How are you, Mrs.? Oh, I see. Oh, he already had it on up. Level 4 Tashers. Parties. Trying to get a little bit more zen. This is like kind of tense. I'm a little tense. Okay, I'm gonna use this. It is called Vampire. It is a creation is messy color, and I'm very excited because I love it. Also, I think I just figured out an easier spot to put my so if I set it in there, it puts it up just enough. Yep. Okay. And we're going to do some white dots as well. Oh, I accidentally blew it out with the oxygen. There we go. Nice and steady. There we go. Okay. Sorry, just like sweaty hands. All right. Heating up our new rod. This is Vampire Red. Oh, it's just Vampire, but she's totally going on 5. Oh. All right, so now we can start. I'm very pleased that they weren't like popping on us and stuff. I'm going to see how this glass likes to respond. And I'm going to try to see how many mushrooms I can get out of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pins set up. And so I'm going to try to gauge how many. This is a brand new rod. I want to see how many mushrooms I can get out of one rod. Do you think I should make some where the stem is the same color as the cap? Okay. Okay, so I kind of like making the glob and then letting it hang a little bit from where it's warm. Not quite. Okay. That would be neat buttons. Oh, that would be cute. I just love watching the glass melt. Oh. Ooh, Lita Lisa's got my daughter helping me plan the camping trip. Ooh. Tell me, like, if you want, I'd love to hear absolutely every detail about your plan. Because it's at Devil's Den. Lentil curry and flatbread. Oh, nice. But it's at Devil's Den State Park in northern Arkansas. September 26th through 28th, 2024. Like, are you planning on tent camping or RV camping or getting a cabin? We got it. Baby, you got it. All right, so now I'm going to come through. I'm going to try to keep it warm, but I also do just want to do some quick little nubby bumps. Looked into what it would take to fly to the camping trip, maybe another time if further west or I win the lottery. Gotcha. And that's why we plan on having this be like a wandering type event where it's in a different location every year. Is so that hopefully we can come to y'all. I just want them melted in a little. Oop, just touching that punty on. Okay. Eating. Okay, trying to keep the other side heated up as well. We want this to be nice and even. Oh, my punty got slumpy. I'm gonna do a white stem on this one. So I'm just heating this up and getting it on into the middle. Because my punty's all sideways, but that's okay. There we are. Let's see, does a little... Nope, it's too on there. I'll gain confidence, I'm sure, over the years. And get to where I can tap those off without even getting nervous. Today is not that day. Okay, there's that. I'm gonna kind of just pat that. Okay. Oh, that was so much easier to pick up. Oh, thank you, Beth. I'm so glad to have y'all keeping me company. Thank you, guys. This helps the day to fly by. Okay. Now we're just gonna smush that in. Oh, 27-hour drive or 5.5-hour flight. Airport is closer, half hour. Right on. There we go. And into the kiln with ye. I have to kind of throw them in so I don't burn my knuckles. I may start grabbing them with the longer tweezers. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, y'all. That just, it takes such every little bit of my concentration. And it just, oh. I'm just gonna lay here with my eyes shut for a little bit. Actually, I know what we're gonna do. Y'all are gonna be my therapist for a little bit. Boom. Okay, so now I can read y'all's comments and answer questions. Okay. Tasher says, oh wow, I thought this camp place would be further. Google Maps says the drive from here would be around 16 to 17 hours. Well, that's like what Laura did. The camping is at, where is it at? Oh my god, I might just go to sleep. Hey, we're one of those channels where y'all can watch me sleep now. I'm so sleepy. The camping is at Devil's Den State Park in northern Arkansas, and it is September 26th through 28th of this year. And I'm very excited. We're having a potluck at Randy and I's campsite at 4 p.m. And that's in the we'll post more details as it gets closer to it. Like, we don't have like a theme or anything for the potluck yet. And that's to bring we can probably, this year Yvette and Jason came because they had rented a cabin, and they had come over and they'd hung out with us and like cooked a little at the camp, like at our campsite. But I don't know how much we're going to be able to offer that to most folks. Like, we had coordinated that prior. So it's probably a good idea to bring it as cooked as possible before coming over. But we certainly can have room if you bring your own like Dutch oven and stuff. We can keep stuff hot on the fire. State parks are awesome. Oh, they are so much fun. Ooh, less than 10 hours. Tasha says, ooh, snuggle into nap time? You son of a bitch, I'm in. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm going to take a big sleepy. I'm so tired. It's okay. I just need like a minute. But yeah, I really like state parks because they're typically really great about having a variety of amenities. They're very straightforward about their booking and cancellation policies. They're pretty good about having like Wi-Fi and camp stores, and like it's nice facilities. Um, as opposed to like boondocking. I don't think we could have a camp along at some places like boondocks. Like I really like it whenever like Randy and I already reserved our spots. We actually reserved 2 spots so that we'd have enough space for having the potluck at our hangout campsite. Like, oh my god, my brain. Where's my Randy? I want some snuggles. I can't believe I'm laying down. I gotta get back to work. I can have snuggles later. Okay. But yeah, it'll be amazing. Like if last year, the first year, was any indicator, it's gonna be freaking amazing, you guys. Yes, they do allow dogs. That was actually something that we made certain that they do allow dogs. It's standard, keep them on a leash, kind of, must be in control at all times, kind of stuff. It's time for another iced coffee, right? And Randy and I have camped at this campground before, so it's awesome. We love vetting the campgrounds before going to them. That way, we can have an expectation of like we can have a little bit more of an idea of what to expect. Okay. You know what sucks the energy like directly out of me immediately is being like, I'm going to see how many of the exact same thing I can make over and over again. I'm like, oh, I don't want to make another mushroom this color. Too bad, Vaughn. Practicing discipline. I just heard a cat meow. Look, a distraction. Is there a kitty outside? I must go and look for a kitty. Okay, well, I don't see a cat. I'm probably just hearing things. So I'm pretty sure Ember's upstairs with Randy. Okay. Here, kitty, kitty. Yep. But the big thing to know is it is a bring your own chair. So, because we will, if everybody brings their own chair, we'll have enough seating for everyone. Is my logic. Yeah, Callie passed away in January of 2022. Um, I miss her so much. She's such a good kitty. She was such a sweetie. But I think I'm really good at assigning meaning to every little thing, especially the negative stuff. And losing Callie so suddenly, the way that we did, when we did, because we were not expecting, she was our youngest fur baby. We were expecting to lose Sam because he had his cancer removed twice already, you know. And so we were bracing ourselves for literally any of the other pets to pass away, and then we lost Callie. And it's, you'll probably heard me say before that the fear of the pain is worse than the pain itself. The fear that I had of how losing Sam. I was so afraid of being broken by losing Sam. Just, I mean, don't even know where to begin on that. But then losing Callie, and just through all the pain of loss, still being able to get through it and still find joy in life, and still, carry on. And because, I needed to be there for, Randy and our home and our family, fur babies or not, I have my obligations to them, to make sure that they're taken care of and well loved. It proved to me that it's like I can, even broken, I can keep going. And then when we lost Sam, I just miss him. And then when we lost Millie, it's been kind of one thing after another for a while, but it's through each of these things is a lesson to appreciate, plan for the future, but appreciate that wonderful, precious now that is so fleeting and so rare. And it's all that we have. Everything behind us is either a memory or a regret. Everything ahead of us is either a dream or a fear. All we have is right now, this moment today. And it's awesome. Okay. Melting that in. I did some weird little blobby dots. I like it. I do have some great memories. And I think to lose a fur baby is the very definition of to have loved and lost. And it really is. I'd have rather have them in my life and have that pain of missing them now. But really, it's an honor to get to have the memories, get to carry them within myself. Than to have, never at all known Callie. Same for Millie. She was in our life such a brief time, barely a full year. Man, that puppy was a force of nature. Hey, Cat and Cauldron, what's up? Oh no, we're just reminiscing. Somebody brought up that they were sorry to hear about Callie. And it's that was so many heartbreaks ago. I kind of had to just stiff upper lip my way through it. But I still think of her every day. Just practicing some gratitude. It improves my attitude. There we go. No new heartbreaks this moment. I'm not gonna hold my breath. They'll come when they come. Okay. Then just plopping that on into the middle, more or less. It's a little off to the side, but that's fine. Yeah, I don't know how folks do that. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. But okay. Boop. I'm just smushing that clear down. How are you doing today, Cat and Collagen? What have you been up to since we saw you last? Oh, those tulips that you sent me are sprouting. They're coming up through the soil. So that's a really good sign. They're probably going to flower mega early this year, or mega late. And then next year they'll probably flower in time with the rest of the tulips. That's going to be really nice. Bring. Oh, who's a 19-year-old orange tabby? Oh, sweet baby. Nope. You gotta heat it up first, it seems. It really is important. This is a nice little way of making like a pig snout, though. Okay. There we go. And I'm just going to get this flipped around. And then from here, so I'm not having to yeet them into the, not the cooler, the kiln. I'm going to use these longer tweezers. There we go. There we are. Keeping it warm while the tip of the mushroom tail solids up. Okay. And then I'm going to go pop this into the kiln. Okay. There we are. I may try these tweezers next instead, because those, once I'm gripped up on them, don't really give me much more. Well, they've not started blooming. They've just poked up through the soil. So I'm just setting these up. Oopsie. All right, and then I'm going to do this next. All right, let's get this heated up. Animals Eye Family. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Chugga-lugga-lugga-lugga, chugga-lugga-lugga-lugga. Woo-hoo. Chugga-lugga-lugga-lugga, chugga-lugga-lugga-lugga. So we are using Vampire. It is a Creation's Messy color. And so far I have gotten 2 mushrooms out of this rod. And that's really going to help me to know how much I need to charge for the mushrooms. And it usually uses about 1 inch of the stem color. So again, having, our tip of our glass rod angled up so that we can get a nice big gather. Ooh, Sarah had said you can always work on something else, like sorting through your bead tray for unfinished projects. That's true. This is my only day of the week to do torch work, though, and I'm kind of committed to draining my tank today. So, just because that way it's empty, and to make the most of having the kiln going. And so it's, I like practicing the discipline of making myself do something that is not just whatever is drawing my attention the hardest. It's the only way I'll become more disciplined is if I practice being disciplined. And I hate it, but it's fine. I don't like hate it. It's production work, and it's nice to try. Oh, nailed it. Oh my gosh. That actually came out like perfect, you guys. I could cry. That was so cool that it worked out like that. By doing production work is whenever my technique improves, mutations start to happen, where I have probably my most creative breakthroughs, and it's also how we get inventory made in an efficient manner. This creation is messy, it's nice. I'm just gonna singe around the tips. I'm gonna try to melt that little bit in. I like heating up the whole cap just to remove any cooling lines. There we go. My punty starts to get wibbly wobbly. Woo! Level 5. Okay, give me a second. I'll be able to read your message. Okay, there we are. Dead center. We're trying to be. I'm trading it around. Nope. So I'm heating up that blob of clear, and then I'm just gonna remove it from the tip. And then I'm gonna take one of these pins. I'm gonna get him heated up. And we're gonna heat up that tip there. And then we're going to sink it in. And then we're gonna test it, and it's in there. I love it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Herb Carpenter. Okay. Give me just a sec, Michelle. Because I think I'm gonna be able to Okay, that's another one down. Now he doesn't have any dots, but that's okay. All right. So Michelle asks question on the camping trip. It says there are like biking, yeah, the walk or biking. We call it McPukes, and now I want McShits. Oh no. The hiking area. I can actually do a thing over here. Vaughn, does all glass have the same melting point? I don't know. Some of the glasses seem to respond quite differently to like I think I can turn off that followers only chat for a little bit. Let's see. Okay, so I can actually do where do the thing. Okay. Boop. So there's our screen. So here's this, and there's that. So this is the Devil's Den State Park. Oh, where in the heck's the thing? View map? No. That's not it. Where in the heck is the thingy? Brochures / maps. Park information brochure? Maybe it's this one? Aha, yes. Okay. We're right here. We're in this area. So if we can pretend like this isn't freaking sideways in 3 different ways. I don't remember where we checked in, but over here is the hike-in campground. We are right in this area. So I think Randy and I actually booked 2 of the campsites around in this area. But yeah, let me see if I can't. So here you can see I can't really click and drag. But yeah, so there's a boat dock. I had twisted my ankle, so I wasn't able to do the paddle boat last time. But I really want to do a paddle boat or like a kayak or something to like kind of, paddle around because they've got this big old like lake. These are where the rental cabins are, which are really nice. Then these are like, those are like the bougie cabins. And then I think over here are like their slightly more primitive cabins, but I don't want to call it a primitive cabin because I would not consider that primitive. Like over here is primitive. Like there's shared water and no electrical hookup, but there is a really nice bathhouse with electrical. They had Wi-Fi over in this area. It's just that I like it because it's a little more quiet. Typically folks who have like kids and stuff don't camp over here as much because kids do well with amenities. But then over here they have all of these. There's a whole like amphitheater, and this is where like RVs and stuff, though I think you can still tent camp over there too. Oh, the overlook is beautiful. I was able to make it there on the last day. But yeah, so I hope that gives you an idea. I don't know where we do the check-in though. I guess maybe at the camp store, the cafe and store. Yeah. And so then, whoops, we'll come up the trail and be right there. So that's the like camping area, but you can drive to the campsite. Oh yeah, like we parked like next to our tent like the whole time. The sea cabins are camp cabins with no amenities. Okay, wait. All right, I want to go back over here so I can read y'all's comments. Right on, Beth. Well, we're gonna be having it in probably northern Midwest America next year, and then we plan on hopefully having one every single year for the rest of my life, because I need to hang out in the woods and yell at the sky with you guys. Like, I don't know how bad I needed that till last year, and now I'm like, okay, I gotta do this every year for the rest of my life now. That says, but yeah, Beth, I'm not certain about if all glass has the same melting point. Some of the glass seems to melt faster than others. That's for darn sure. Walk in the Rain says one state park near here is self check in and out. Okay. I'm pretty sure, because it was our friend who booked it last year, but I'm pretty sure we needed to check in and get like the thing to like clip onto the thing to be like, this is us, we are here. Oh, did I have it? Okay. The sea cabins are cabins with no amenities. We just booked cabin 18. Ooh, right on. Well, thank you for letting me know, Yvette. I had that backwards. Captain Cauldron says, sorry, I had to take a call. I'm good. Hanging out with Tiger while he naps. He's cuddled up practically on my head. It's a nice break from the gray weather today to have a kitty purring in my ear. That's the way to do it. Michelle says, okay, just wanted to make sure it's not a hike or bike in sight. Right. No, they do have some of those, but that's not I'm not carrying all my shit. Like I have learned my lesson to only do hammock camping for the hike-in spots. Like I treat if it's a hike-in spot, I treat it like I'm like going on a backpacking trip and pack super, super light. All right. Let's see how many of these more we can get made in an hour. Watch, we won't sell a single one at Anime St. Louis, but that'll be fine because then we'll be that much more ahead for Dragon Con. You have to check in between 4 and 5. I was reading some reviews and it didn't go check in during those times. Have issues, you'll be waiting till the next day. They did say that if you arrive after hours, you can just check in the next morning. It helps tremendously to already have your site booked. And if you think there's going to be any issues, I would recommend going ahead and calling the campground during their business hours to see if something can be done. You know, like if you need to like check in for a cabin and you're running behind or something. And if it's your first time camping or anything like that, state parks, they deal with first time campers all the time, so they should be able to help you out tremendously. Bye, Itzy. We'll see ya. But yeah, I'm hoping to have. I even drew it up on my tablet. I can show you guys. Like I've got this whole plan, and it's based. I drew it after 2023's Camp Along because, like, I was like, okay, these are ways that we can change this, this, and that. And I already have like the rain system in place for it. That way, if it's raining through the potluck, everything should be fine. Oh, okay. Now I'm gonna recommend, Michelle, the campsites along the creek in the primitive area. Last year we had some rain and those ones were pretty boggy, so I would dodge those if I could. Like they drained well and then were dry for the weekend, but I just worry for I just plan on the weather being poor. Like I doubt if we ever have another camp along where the weather is so perfect as what it was last year, I'll be doubly blessed because it's like I would have never thought that it was going to be that perfect of weather. So Randy and I always plan on it being either raining or too hot or both. There's few things worse than it being rainy and like just 90 degrees and muggy. Like, right on. I gotcha. Oh my God, I'm so excited. And it's probably going to be like last year, where everybody just like kind of can come and go at their leisure to come and hang out at our campsite, Randy and I's, throughout the weekend. Boo, it didn't get enough. But everybody's got to go home at 10 because I have a bedtime, and you're not allowed to show up before 10 because I don't like waking up early. So, but other than that, like, don't know. We stayed and hung out till like 11 p.m. I think, but their quiet time is like 10 p.m. anyways, so it's just like a good idea, I think, to party and go home at a reasonable hour. Yeah, you can get up and go do stuff, and there's no mandatory. The only thing that's like, and it's going to be just like last year, I think, this year, where it's the only planned group activity is the potluck at 4 p.m. on Saturday. Um, and that will be at Randy and I's campsite this year. Okay. Getting it heated, getting it kind of snuck in, getting it smushed. Oh, yeah. Getting that heated, getting that tacked on. They have shower clothes. Yes. It is the bathhouse that's there in the like D camping area, I think, is very, very nice. And they've got like the showers and the dump station, and it's got electric, so you can hook up and like charge things like while you're showering. Though, as always, practice like camp safety. You know, just because we're out camping doesn't mean that there's not gonna be like people with sticky fingers. So I never ever leave my phone unattended. But we're gonna have I'm hoping I can set up like a coffee drink station a little better this year. Cause like I love hosting. Like it's so much fun. I just want to feed you. Yeah, I think that was something that Laura Tudor did not expect when she showed up quite late. Well, it was just after dark, but she had shown up, and it was, she came and we got to meet her and stuff. And I was like, "You want some steak?" And she was like, "Yes." So I just cooked it and fed her a steak. And I was just like, I think we're going to be best friends. Now, I can't guarantee, steak services this year, but yeah, a drink station for sure. Okay. There we go. Got that heated up, and then we're gonna just connect right there. Perfect. Woohoo! Okay, so I'm going to kind of just heat this a little bit, and I just want to angle it. There we go. But yeah, just like last year, I recommend to folks to plan on feeding themselves independently for each of their meals. The only time that Randy and I are planning on feeding folks is during the potluck. But the rest of the time, I do like to have like a nice little, hospitality station or something that if you, it will have like some packets of cocoa or like some tea or like, a 30-gallon drum of coffee or something. It is Cat and Cauldron. I had purchased it. It's getting quite warm. I had purchased this back in, ooh, I had purchased this back in December and finally got brave enough to use it. So I'm very excited about that. I gotta heat it up first. I forget sometimes. There we go. Heat me, heat me, heat me. I'm trying to stop myself from just holding my breath the whole time. I've already started practicing drumming, and like I'm using Randy as a guinea pig to be like, hey, can I teach you how to drum? And he was like, I'm not going to be any good. And I was like, you don't need to be. We're not practicing you getting better at drumming. We're practicing me getting better at teaching. And he was amazing. He was doing so good. Like, he told me I did such a good job. And I was like, you did such a good job. And he was like, you did such a good job. And I was like, ah. But I'm just following along with this like YouTube video I found that was like 10 easy djembe drum rhythms. And I'm just starting with rhythm 1. And I think I'm going to work on that for like a week. Like really try to nail it in. And then week 2, I'm going to work on, the next one or whatever else distracts me. But as long as I can be consistent about showing up, then I'll be happy. So I'm pushing my luck because it's just easier to rotate it. Yep, there we go. Without holding on to the tweezers. Okay, you cut it. But we're probably going to do like how we did last year. Maybe, we'll see. And do the drum jam Sunday night. Because most other campers tend to, my genuine hope is that if we can just book out the entire campground. That would be so cool. Excellent. Because then we don't have to worry about disturbing other people because everybody's there is like kind of there, and they'll be like, why is this party that I'm at being so awesome, instead of being like, why are they having this party? And who knows, we might convert to some muggles who are there just camping with their families all innocently. So, but yeah, I'm gonna try to bring all my drums. We'll have to see about what the van situation is like. I don't know how many instruments I can bring with me, but I'm probably going to bring my ukulele, and I'm going to bring both of my ukuleles. I guess I need to start practicing the ukulele. I've been practicing the guitar. I'll learn the ukulele before then. Like, at least a little better, but I'm most excited about the drums. I'll probably end up bringing my guitar too. I want to hang out with you guys and bring like all of my toys. So, and my friend Pam may be able to come this time. Y'all might be able to meet Pam. Now I can't vouch for it because she's got work and school and family and all, everything. But that would be so cool. Because she's our camping buddy. We'll be jamming. Yes, since you have your own drums now. I cannot wait. And I think I'm going to bring the bubble machine. I was really banking on those giant bubbles working because like I had gotten it to work a little at home. I think I needed a proper receptacle for dunking on site, but the bucket that I had brought with me is about the size of a bubble machine, so I may as well have just brought the bubble machine because we do have our jackery that we can hook it up to, and if that's not what solar power, like solar batteries are for, then what? Like what? Bubble machine. And I'm going to be making a bunch of jangly anklets, and I'm going to wear them so that when we're drumming, there can be some jingle jangle. The inflatable hot tub. We're going to have to figure out, because Randy's really not on board with the inflatable hot tub. Because he's like, no campground is going to want us to be using the kind of water that it takes to fill up an inflatable hot tub. And I was like, that's a good point. And he's like, and we can't ship it in the van. That's ridiculous. And I was like, oh yeah, I guess that's ridiculous. Because I was like, we can ship it in. So we may have to figure something else out for the inflatable hot tub. I'll bring mine to Jingle Jingle. Yes. Already excited. Already excited. I cannot wait. Well, now I'm all curious too about if different glasses, like if different types of glass have different melting points. So I'm pretty sure that they do. I just don't know any of the details for certain. Because like I think Pyrex and borosilicates to have a higher melting point, than soda glass, like how I'm using here, or the glass that I fuse in the kiln. Because even between the 90 and 96 COE, there's different temperatures. We can all just blow bubbles in a kiddie pool. We can definitely bring a kiddie pool. We'll have a ball pit. It's a bring your own ball pit. It's just an empty kiddie pool. Nah, man, we're gonna have to slowly ramp up to having a hot tub party at Camp Along, because that's kind of, I don't want us to peak in year 2. We have something to build up to. Woo! Okay, I'm gonna do some big silly dots on this one. Boop. 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 I know I said big silly dots, but I just got carried away. To find a place with hot tub cabins. That's true. That's true. That would be cool. Getting this going. Now we've got, we let that heat soak in. I'm getting the tips of our wires hot so the glass adheres well. And so it's not a heaty sinky. Poked in. How many gallons do you need? How many campers will there be? How many gallons does each camper need to bring? I like the way you think. This is how we make this work. Okay. And then also I need to see how much of a draw a inflatable hot tub takes. I don't have any answers, but how many gallons does a 6-person inflatable hot tub? Because let's be real, if it holds 6 people, we'll probably be able to comfortably fit 3 before it's like we're getting to know each other too well. It might be just a 1 person at a time hot tub. It's a bring your own hot tub event, I think. And there's another one. Oh, and I love its big spots. Look at you. All right, going into the kiln. The gears are turning, right? But I can feel Randy scowling at me, and we haven't even discussed it yet. And so I try to not make his life more chaotic than necessary. And this definitely sounds like pure actual chaos. And Tasha says, though, for the record, okay, this year it's more about timing. I've chosen Zeb his work and other stuff's happening. I think we're going to try aiming for 2025. Though, for the record, I wouldn't not do a 17-hour drive to see you guys. Do any cabins have an outdoor faucet for topping up? I mean, we're technically next to a creek, so I don't know if we're allowed to take water out of the creek, but there is a bathhouse there, and they do have shared water. But I need to know the wattage and draw. Okay, I gotta get back to work. So it looks like, how many did we have? 8? And we're down to 3. So it looks like we get 6 mushrooms out of a rod. That's a pretty good price. Like, that's a pretty good rate of mushrooming. But really, it'll average out to 3 mushrooms per rod because of the stem use. Creek water should stay in the creek, just saying. Yeah. No, and I agree. And that's the thing, is that, like, I am a swamp gremlin. So you can't guarantee that you won't find me actually in the creek. Like, I was so proud of myself today that I didn't eat the cheese off the floor directly in front of you guys. So you can boil it. I'm afraid, though, that if we have an inflatable hot tub, that I won't get anything done. Like, I'll be like, oh, that's so sad. Guess y'all just have to feed your own selves. Like, because I can't take the inflatable hot tub with me. Like, and wear it. Like one of those, like, barrels you just wear. So that water would be really heavy. She's off the floor. I had said to Randy yesterday, because I dropped something on the floor and he said, "Don't eat that." And I was like, "Yeah, that's valid." And then we were discussing it and I was like, I recognize and accept that this is just a consistent thing about me, because anyone who knows me well, like, because even Abby, my niece who's living with us, like, she saw me pick something up off the floor and she's like, "Don't eat that." It's like she knows me, like all of my friends know me well enough to try to stop me from eating the stuff I pick up off the floor. Um, which is just means I got to be quick before you catch me. Oh, I was thinking about the tiny creatures that live there. Yeah, we should probably leave it there for their sake. I don't know. We might be able to get. We'll see. I'm not gonna count my mushrooms before they've been made. There we are. Just heating it up and rolling it in. Boom. Oh, we're getting a little better at gauging that. That's nice. And the nice thing about this is I don't have to worry about my punty colors cross-contaminating. It's the same color. There we go. And then heating that up and just wobbing it off. There we go. Keeping it nice and warm. Okay, we started getting that heated up, but I forgot I need to straighten up this edge just a little. There we go. Perfect. Jambalaya. Ooh. Oh, actually, I think that's what I'm going to make for the potluck. Some swamp jambalaya. It's just regular jambalaya that I added the word swamp to, but I'm excited about it. There we go. Yeah, tiny creatures might not appreciate a portable hot tub as much as we humans do. That is fair and reasonable. Ooh, Michelle says, of course, I will bring some baked yummies. That's phenomenal. I can't wait. I'm so happy to have something to look forward to through the year, because like I'm looking forward to Anime St. Louis. That's not as stressful as it could be. But in years past, it is so difficult for Randy and I to not just get completely stressed out about Dragon Con. And I'm not gonna lie, we were a little worried about the camp along last year. It could have gone horribly, horribly wrong, in like infinite numbers of ways. But I'm really looking forward to this year. And even if 50% of everything goes wrong, it's still going to be amazing. Got that pin set. Oh my goodness, there we go. Okay. There we are. And just like that, we got another one done. I'm going to pop it into the kiln. Whew. Right on, Anita. We wish you could come as well. But it's, again, we're going to have them in different locations all over the country every year, probably always at the end of September, just because generally, well, that's one of the only good times for us, because we're not prepping for the holidays yet and we're done with Dragon. But it's really nice to have something on the horizon that around Dragon Con time, it's a little after it, but that's not work. That gives me something to be very excited about. Okay, 2 more. I don't think we're going to be able to squeeze 2 more out of this red, but we'll see. Yeah, Cat and Collagen says, I hope you can get closer to California one of these years. Me too. Just because it'd be beautiful to camp out that way. Like, I would love to see the redwoods. So cool. But like, I need it to be like chill. So I don't know if Randy wants to like drive through like the Colorado mountains or anything like that. So I'd really like to keep the driving very chill for him, because this is supposed to be relaxing for him as well. They would. Well, shoot, probably. Gosh, what if we went out and camped near like the Grand Canyon or something? Like, these are roads that we're relatively familiar with. It'd probably be 2027. Because 2025, I think we're going to try to do like the northern Midwest. 2026, we're probably going to do Kansas, just because there's a really nice lake that I'd like to go back to. Independence Lake in Kansas, I think. Or something. I can't remember the name specifically. And then maybe the year after that, we could get wild and go out to Arizona or something. It's a little far in the future for me to get like planning. Who knows? By then we may have our own campground and be hosting it one a month. We'll have to see where the world takes us. Right on. How's the weather in Arizona at the end of September? Okay, getting that together. And just touching the puntee on. There we go. Getting that heated up and then just touching and pulling off. There we go. Got our little spatula. There we go. Isn't there a big rock and bead show in Arizona? There is, but that's in February. And that's typically not a good travel time for Randy and I. AKA, we broke AF in February because of taxes. So I doubt we will. I don't know. We may see if we were to travel for that. It may be to, I don't know. Gosh, maybe teach or something, or to vend if we were going to go out all that way. But like for proper vacationing, I don't know if we'd be able to pull that off. There we go. Okay. There we go. And getting that pin sunk in. Very cool. So I'm thinking if we were to do Tucson or do Arizona, it'd probably be more on like the Flagstaff side. Is what I've got like in my mind, but I don't know. Ooh, what a cutie. I love it with the short stem. All right, into the kiln with you. Oopsie. Ooh, there we go. All right, I think we can. Jill says we didn't have to buy a lot of stuff this time since we brought most of what we needed last year, and we got this cute grill. last year for some awesome people. Oh, which I still have all the butane for that for you. All right. So I'm going to see if I can. Actually, I want to keep that held in there. I want to try to punty this to a clear. And that way I can just use up the end of it. I used to live in Prescott, Arizona. It was really beautiful, much cooler than Phoenix. Prescott is a mile high in altitude. Woo-wee! That's wild. Okay, so getting this, boop, joining those ends together. Okay, then I'm going to release this. Oh no, I forgot. It's got the tag on it. I should have taken the tag off before it got all hot. There we go. Well, that worked out all right. Oh, my niece and her boyfriend live in Phoenix. He works for the Suns. Nice. But yeah, so it's just, I don't know, there's no telling what the future brings, but I look forward to experiencing it with y'all. Though I may actually be getting another butane stove like that for our kitchen porch, like our porch kitchen. Because man, I'm tired of heating up the kitchen every time I want to eat something in the summer, because it makes the whole dang house hot, like the whole downstairs. But I think I may just set up our camp stove, the 2-burner propane one. Yee! That's awesome. With practice makes progress, yo. Proved that to myself yet again today. I'm doing way better at these than I ever thought I would. It's not that I didn't think I could, it seemed very daunting and scary. And I figured I'd try my best. Letting that hang, getting that in, and then some mushing. Excellent. And let's see, we've got just a little bit of stringer here. And boop. So there's that. And those melted in just a little. Just a little, because we'll need to heat up the whole top anyways. It is true. That is true. Good night, Anika. Have a great rest of your day. Sleep well. Boom. Forgot what I was doing and that it just needed to be a punty, so now I've got this weird little like thing going on, but that's fine. No, before I do this, it's about to get real complicated. Okay. That okay. Ooch. Just taking off that excess material and coming in and just shaping that out with our little paddle. Keeping it warm while we get our stem prepared. There we go. In the middle. Heating up that glob of clear. There we go. And then picking up this pin. There we go. Getting our little dots melted in. Heating up the tips of our wire. Oh, that's so well said, Cat and Coaching. And I agree completely. Oh, yeah. Says, I think that's half the fun of doing new things, the adrenaline of tackling the unknown and the satisfaction of learning new things. 100%. Okay. Getting a twisty little mushroom end going. There we are. Okay, so I think that's good to go. And I think that's going to be our last one of the day. Wow, wow, wow. All right. Y'all, that was intense. Let me go out onto the porch real quick and check and see what our oxygen level is at. Oh, because that's going to determine if I maybe make another bead or two after the stream. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful day. Let me water this plant real quick. Hey, plant. So I got some horseradishes planted. Horseradish root that I'm pretty excited about. What you doing, petunias? Aw, you being a pretty plant, that's what you doing. Oh my God, it's so nice to be outside. Like, don't get me wrong, it's wonderful in the house, and I do love it. But outside, it's like, oh my gosh, beautiful, beautiful day. In my fennel, in my thyme. What's that? Is that balloon flower sprouting? Oh. Man, my borage. It looks mad. It looks like it's about to flower. Okay, let's see. Oxygen levels, that's right. Yeah, okay, I'm sitting at 0. I guess I'm done. Wow, it's amazing that we made it through. All right, got my tanks closed off. Oh, I'm gonna start. What smells so nice out here? Wow, it smells like baby powder. The whole neighborhood just smells like baby powder. That's better whenever it smells like the chicken farm, that's for sure. Oh, I always need to do something else real quick, right? Ooh, level 1, Crafty's mommy sound just like me. Oh wait, I'll just need to water this plant real quick. That's I do believe they call that ADHD. Oh, and it's my superpower. Okay, guys. I don't even know what we're doing. I'm so tired. I want to go lay on the couch for a little bit. Now I want a mushroom omelet. I actually need to dehydrate some mushrooms, and that's what I'll be making. I'm gonna have to make a short about it. Okay, for on the Monster vlog. Right on. Adrenaline of tackling the unknown and the satisfaction of learning new things. That's awesome. Okay, so let's see who we gonna host. Nobody I know is streaming. And I don't know, some folks here on Kick, I'm not gonna randomly raid someone right now because like that doesn't always go so well, it seems. So I think I'm just gonna log, and we will, I don't know, let's see. Who can we? What's going on over here in art? Is this someone sculpting? Painting my voodoo creations. Okay, so I have no idea who this is, but we gonna go rate them. Because it's I'd hate to not take a chance on people just because some of them are it says I have to follow them though. I got something in my teeth. Okay. I can't figure this out right now. Well, we're gonna go watch Simply Glass play some video games. So I will see y'all next time. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I've got to get a tutorial shot for tomorrow. I may be recording tomorrow's tutorial tomorrow morning. So I will see y'all then. And then again in Monday's shop update. I'm so tired. Might have missed it, but how did date night go? We ended up staying in because we forgot that everyone else in town goes out on Fridays. So we're saving date night for 2 p.m. on a Wednesday when, like, but we ended up making a make it your own self at home pizza. And I watched episode 1 of Alone and fell asleep during it, but Randy and I drummed. Like, it was great. Like, but we were like, whenever we saw how crowded like outside is. So happy crafting, you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. Mwah. Bye. We gonna go raid boogie woogie choo choo.